Alabama playing there?
Yeah.
Jimmy Balance.
Yeah. UAB, Auburn.
Troy.
So Jack State catches fire.
The glass in this brand new $1 billion stadium is once again crimson. All right, that's our show. We're live tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. Replay starts now. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America. And happy birthday, Marty Smith.
The party.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Here we go on a Friday show that'll be a lot of fun. We got Andy Staples who will be with us at 10 o'clock. Looking forward to Andy. He'll join us on our video connection today to talk to us eventually about SEC food. We always get to food,
Of course.
on this show, especially with the great Andy Staples. But we'll talk to him about his Florida Gators and their spring game last night and the other spring games and everything else going on in college football. That is coming up in 1 hour as we get going on this Friday. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford all behind the glass. Speaking of Rockstar, it's a Friday, and we're between the Final Four in college football, so we'll get episode 2. Rockstar of what?
Rockstar in the next round lounge.
There you go. It's not a mouthful at
You
all.
don't have to think about it.
Real quick, everybody raise your hand if you don't think Rockstar likes the name of the new lounge. We're still...
wait.
Yeah, Rockstar raised his. I've almost got a sponsor.
Almost. We're close. What this show needs is one more sponsor, Rockstar. You're almost there.
Almost
Yes.
got a sponsor. That's coming up in the final hour, 12:35. If you want to get your weekend started off right, maybe you're on the road on this Good Friday. Maybe you don't have work or school and you're traveling this Easter weekend. Drive safely if you've got us on your audio app, or if you're watching from a different destination somewhere in America on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, or Twitter today. Good morning to you. And we're going to kick back, talk a little college football and everything else that is going on in the world. Let's first start with the Florida Gators, their spring game last night. And now I move it forward. Past what we've seen in spring, they put spring in behind them right now. Let's hear Billy Napier first on what he thinks coming out of the spring game in spring, and then I want to talk about Florida's expectations with you guys under Billy Napier, and maybe immediately for this first year. Here's Billy Napier.
I think this is a little bit of a midterm exam, in my opinion. Right? We've worked our way through phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. And now we get to kind of regroup, assess where we're at. Our players are getting ready to move into what we call a reload period, discretionary period. We'll have exit meetings. We'll talk about strengths and weaknesses, things to work on. And there'll be a very specific plan for our team to improve, right? I'm very pleased with what I've observed up until this point, but we're certainly not content with what we have done.
Well, first off, I will tell you that if I'm renaming my team, I'd rename it Blue, because Blue beat Orange last night 34 to nothing.
It's a bit of a mismatch.
Smoked them.
And what was the number on that game?
I think the Blue was only like a 4.5 point favorite.
Were they now? Yes, big win.
I've got a leg up on you guys in our quarterback draft because I've got Anthony Richardson. You guys do not.
Yeah, we've
Do I
got,
not have Anthony
Jack Miller?
We had the transfer, I think.
You got Jack Miller.
Miller.
Anthony Richardson looked really, really good. I mean, that was everybody's takeaway. 18 to
Orange
24.
can't play defense.
3 straight touchdown drives against first-team defense.
Yeah. I'll tell you, Jim, you mentioned expectations.
There can't be any this year.
This team will have to play pretty well not to start 1-3.
Yeah. So let's look at that schedule. You're always the schedule guy.
Always,
When-
Jim. I'm known as the schedule guy.
I mean, you
Always.
are
When
in
I
the
go
off
play golf,
season. Any of our viewers and listeners will say, anytime we get into an off season discussion, first person brings up schedule is Ryan Brown.
It's
You're the
almost,
schedule
it's
guy.
almost as if it's important.
It is.
No,
who you
I
play.
think you're the schedule guy and the official rules guy.
Yes, thanks. It sounds very exciting.
Yeah,
My
well, when it
job
comes to
description.
officiating, right? When it comes to
Yeah,
SEC
so,
officiating, if we have an officiating question, we always go to you as well.
Yeah.
And golf. I mean, you wear many hats.
I wear many hats.
Yeah.
Utah.
Condescension.
You can't even say
Condescension.
that.
I think that's your ball game, by the way.
Me?
He always loves to point at me on that one, but I think if we went to the listeners.
Oh, if we go poll question, who's the most condescending person on this
Tell
show?
the listeners what condescending means, though.
I don't know.
Really dumb it down for
in
them.
my dictionary, I only have pictures, and it's brown.
If you're a 100, you don't condescend.
That's right. So
That's condescending.
They open with Utah, which is a really, really difficult game.
Yeah, I think
Really
most of us
difficult.
think that Utah wins that game.
I mean, maybe the Pac-12 favorite right there, week 1.
I'm not ready to give it to Utah yet.
I'm not either, but you give me it's a difficult game. Yeah. Obviously, a very losable game for them.
How many points will you give me to take the Florida Gators right now?
Florida might be favored in that game. I'll do it at the pick right now.
Early stake bet.
You want to do it at the pick?
We may already have a stake bet on it. I don't know. I'll go back and look.
Then they play host.
We all going to take Utah. Utah is a tough game. Could be 1-3.
And let me point this out. I'm not
Florida may be the favorite.
I'm not coming out here saying they're going to be 1-3. I'm just giving you the potential path to 1-3. Utah at home, Kentucky at home. Now that's a game historically Florida has owned, but historically this is about the best Kentucky has ever been during this rivalry, quote unquote rivalry, and about as bad as Florida has been at times. So they're closer now than they normally are. They play host then to USF, which they should beat, and then they're at Tennessee. I mean, there is a 1-3 right there. Yeah. That is not hard to get to 1-3.
And more people picking Tennessee to contend more than they are Florida.
I think they're 2-2.
There's a 4-0 there. There's a 2-2 there. There's a 3-1 there. But there is definitely a 1-3 there.
Absolutely.
I don't think there's any doubt.
In the chat room, you're looking at the schedule. Keep that up, though. We'll come back to that. But in the chat room, Goose makes a great point. Man, how easy is it for Billy Napier to ace these press conferences by just not being a total effing clown like Dan Mullen?
Well, I mean, he's not wearing a Darth Vader costume.
I mean, honest to goodness, just watching Billy Napier in front of the Florida logo behind the podium, you feel a little bit better about that program than you did when Dan Mullen was running that thing.
Well, you do, but I go back to what Matt Wyatt said yesterday, who obviously covers Mississippi State, but covers the entire SEC. He was surprised that the Dan Mullen thing didn't work out. I am too. I mean, I really am. I know he was a clown a lot of times. That didn't help because he wasn't winning games. But just overall, with that program and Dan Mullen's ability, I just thought that this thing was going to be a slam dunk.
Vols on Rocky Top. Mr. Napier has a big repair job. It's like he's the New York Times. Mr. Napier has a big repair job to do. It seems as though the rest of us will continue to play catch up with Alabama and Georgia for several years. I don't know about several years, but right now the rosters are different in Tuscaloosa and Athens than they are in most places in the SEC. Yeah. College Station may be the closest roster-wise, not result-wise.
Okay, Dan Mullen in 3 years made it to an SEC championship game. Will Billy Napier make it to Atlanta in 3 years?
I'd bet against it.
I would too.
But
I would bet against it because of where Georgia is.
Yeah.
Now
Georgia is, and if you think Tennessee's getting better.
Yeah, but if I'm a Florida fan, here's what I've got to figure. I think we're overall as good or a better traditional program than Georgia. And all we've got to do is beat them that one game. Like, we take care of our business and beat Georgia that one game, we're back in the SEC championship game. And I think within 3 years, with the money they're paying Billy Napier, he should be able to do that. Now, I don't think he will.
So Florida wraps up their spring game. If it gets the schedule one more time for us, Forrester, just to look at this thing, as Brown touched on, it's a tough start. But if you go down there, Brownie, you get past the tough start. There's LSU, Georgia, Texas A&M, Spencer Rattler-led South Carolina, and then it's eventually some point improving Florida State. But just that stretch, you talk about a possible 1-3 to start with, and then in the middle you go LSU, Georgia, Texas A&M, South Carolina. There's another section that you could be 1-3, 2-2.
There's no doubt. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what LSU's going to be under Brian Kelly. I think that's a question, but I do think we feel like Georgia in the cocktail party and at Texas A&M are eminently losable games for the Florida Gators.
If I'm listing their win total right now, I would put it at 6.5.
6.5, and you would go under or over? Brett goes over. He goes 7-5.
Oh, I would probably say 7-5. It's going to be 7-5 or 6-6. Would you guys agree with me? 6.5.
Well, I tell you what, if you could give me the record through those first 4 games, I know this sounds stupid. That's a quarter of the schedule,
and I think it's going to be 2-2. So it's going to put you right on pace for that 6 or 7 win season.
Before Brown reads your palm, he'd like to know what your fortune cookie said.
You gonna do this all day? Somebody, Jason.
I am in one of those moods.
Yeah, Jason points out I'm TV ratings guy too. Don't forget that one.
You are TV ratings guy too.
So I'm schedule guy, rules guy, golf guy, and TV ratings guy.
Yep, you are. You're TV ratings
and
guy
the grill
on Twitter.
guy
on Twitter and grill guy.
You're TV ratings guy on Twitter.
I am.
You're the guy that goes, "Oh man, Birmingham, always impressive." Yep. Look who's right there, second in the NBA drafts ratings.
People seem to love it, and then there's a couple of people that make fun of it. That's okay.
Who makes fun of it?
There's one guy. It doesn't bother me, but I'm just saying he does it every single time. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't bother me. I'm just saying it's notable because
He does it every single time.
No, he
Doesn't bother
does.
me.
No, it doesn't.
Every time he does it.
If you think that bothers me, you're crazy.
Why
It
don't you
doesn't,
just
but I'm
mute
just
him?
pointing out. Huh?
Why don't you mute him?
That seems extreme for that.
He's
If
not
it
gonna
bothered
know.
me, I'd mute him.
Well, what's his name? I just want to make
I
sure it's
can't
not one of
remember.
my fake accounts that I get on there and just rub you the wrong way.
Probably is.
All right, part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, Greg Nelson, one of our great sponsors who's been with us for many, many years on several different platforms. And one of the reasons we love Greg so much is he loves to take care of you folks as a locally owned company. It means a lot to Greg to be locally owned, to take care of his neighbors, his friends, and those of you that watch and listen to our show. He's been doing it for years. He and his wife own the company now at Storm Restoration Roofing. It's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. If they gave out 2 pluses at the Better Business Bureau, it'd be A++ rated with the Better Business Bureau. That's just the way he likes to do business. And one thing he likes to do is save you money. A lot of us don't know if we've got a problem on our roof. If water's seeping in somewhere, a silent killer of roofs and wood and stuff that can cause you thousands of dollars worth of damage if you don't know what's happening. If you haven't had that roof inspected after a storm or just in a long, long time, you need to jump on that roof. Well, not you. Let Greg do it himself. Here's his cell number. It's 205-542-3531. 542-3531. You can get that free no-cost inspection. And you can look him up on Facebook as well, Greg from Pell City, and he'll be glad to help you out. Free, no cost, no obligation roof inspection. He'll work you in there. Locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies trust him. They love him. He has all the warranties you need. It's Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Couple of amazing things happened yesterday. You know, and I wrote about this in the morning rounds, nextroundlive.com. You know, we're big in the fandom of the world to say we're a basketball school, football school, right?
Right.
For a long, long time in my career, gymnastics school, Alabama, equestrian school, Auburn. You know, people would joke about the non-football and basketball, you know, what we are when we're doing things. Softball school, Alabama. Well, Alabama in my career has been a gymnastics school. They've got, I think, 6 national championships all time in Tuscaloosa. Yesterday and last night, the final 8 in gymnastics, Alabama doesn't get out of the Elite 8. Auburn does. Auburn's in the final 4 of gymnastics, and
Well,
they
got
have
a girl that won a gold medal.
Yeah, they got an Olympian.
Yeah, I mean, my gosh, what are you supposed to do? I mean,
I didn't mean to downplay that Auburn's.
well, it's not.
Well, I think
downplay.
Stanford was pretty good at golf when they had Tiger,
Yeah,
right?
I don't mean it's a downplay, but I'm like, that is the expectation for Auburn. If you're going to go get a girl that won a gold medal, you ought to be in the Final Four. I mean, I'm happy for her. Honestly, I don't really care one way or the other. I'm surprised we're talking about it.
Suni Lee wins the national championship on the beam.
Oh, good for her.
And despite the condescending
Why are we talking
surprised we're
gymnastics?
Auburn,
I would agree with Brown.
Auburn will battle for a national championship
Okay.
at 12 noon Central on ABC Saturday.
Good.
It is Auburn. It is Florida. It is Oklahoma. It is Utah, and not Alabama.
So you're just saying Alabama has fallen off?
Well, they're usually there
Right.
in the finals, the Elite 8, and then the Final 4. They're not there this time. Just throwing it
But
out
if they had an Olympian, they would be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean, but how
it's so
often-
easy to do it that Auburn is now
No.
with their hands tied behind their back. They're in the Final
I'm
Four
not
of
saying
gymnastics.
it's easy to do it, but I'm saying if I go get a gold medal Olympian, I ought to be in the Final Four.
I mean, I could be completely off because I'm not one to speak on gymnastics, but is this not the equivalent of when Auburn went out and got Cam Newton?
I guess if you want to compare Cam to a gold medalist when he left that junior college in Texas, I feel like Cam was a little bit more a hidden gem.
No. What this is actually like, honest to goodness truth, this is actually like if Auburn were able to go to the NBA and pluck an all-star from the NBA and put him on their roster.
Okay, but you guys realize when she committed to help me out, Forrester, since you're the Auburn guy. When she committed to Auburn, she had not even made the Olympic gymnastics team yet.
No. I'm not saying they recruited a gold medalist, but I'm saying they do have a gold medalist on their roster. They ought to be the best in the country, I would imagine. I don't know the sport. I'm just saying I would think if you've got a gold medalist on your roster, you're probably the best in the country, if I had to guess. Now, I know, what is it, 5 people on a team? Do they do 5 scores? 4 scores?
Brown, I don't know. I mean, are we going to get into it?
You brought it up.
I brought it up big picture, Brown. I'm not getting into the scoring of gymnastics.
I guarantee you were on the floor high-fiving Sarah Patterson back in the day.
No, I've only been to one live gymnastics meet. It was a national champion, and
It's
Alabama
one more than
did
me and
win.
Brown combined.
And Alabama did win.
That's untrue. I went to one. I took my daughter. You remember the one they used to have down at the Civic Center?
Yeah.
And
Raise the floor.
Yeah. It was Alabama and Auburn, right? Yeah.
Playoff of Raise the Roof, I guess.
I guess so. I don't know. I took my daughter down there for that, and she enjoyed it.
Yeah. All right. Chippy Friday. We're off and rolling here on the show. 5 more minutes of this segment. I'm afraid to go anywhere, Rockstar. What'd you do last night, Rockstar?
Well, I didn't do anything. I'm going to feel safe for this option.
Yeah.
Did
you paint a wall
did you
last
see
night?
that Alabama kind of struggled in gymnastics? I saw that.
Yeah, please, don't bring up anything that's off the beaten path.
We're doing gymnastics.
Can't believe we're talking about this.
All right, what were you going to go to
My
next?
God, we'll talk about the RBC Heritage Classic.
Oh, that is bullcrap. I told you a story about a guy that ate 800 grapes a day and drank his own urine.
Yeah, I know Brown's got a DraftKings rolling right now.
There's no doubt he does.
I do have a DraftKings rolling, but I ain't talking about it on the show.
There's no doubt he does.
No, I have a DraftKings every week in golf.
Yeah.
We almost have that sponsored, by the way.
Hey, we do have a. Can we get Forrester into a shot? We do have a new item. Hey, ask. Is this new item in the? Is it open to? Can the public buy this T-shirt?
Who knows?
This hoodie T-shirt.
I don't see the mastermind in this chair. But
my favorite Dunaway is next round store.
He's
Dunaway.
a conductor with a fly on his baton.
I'm just
hey, and
saying.
Dunaway is geared up today.
2 cups of Bullet coffee, by the way, from our friends at Bullet Coffee.
You got the next round junk ring on too.
It's too loose.
I was walking. Too loose.
Tie a knot. Hey, but what Forster is wearing is what I've been wanting.
Come in here, Forrester.
These are perfect for the summer, and especially
these are great.
For the temperatures. This is about a 68-degree room today. Would you guys give me?
It's quite nice.
I'm hot as heck right now because I'm all the blood's in my head.
You're in the barrel.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
T-shirt here. Forrester. By the way, this doesn't fit him because he's lost 27 pounds thanks to our friends
That's
at Way
a
to
large.
Wellness. Yeah,
Is that really large?
Step right up here.
This is
Get up here. Get up
yeah.
here.
This is what I've been
It's like
wanting.
it's a kid's show. Step right up here, little man.
This is
He's like Donnie Wahlberg in The Sixth Sense. What's happening to you?
This is 27 pounds down, Scott Forrester. Let's get
Way to Wellness. A plan for me.
He's transparent now.
A planforme.com.
So this is what I've been requesting all along is a T-shirt material
Wait,
hoodie.
LT said he's been requesting.
I have too. Yeah, both of us have.
Probably at different times.
Yeah. That's why we got.
I'll give Brown credit.
Oh no, you started it. He's going to take credit for it.
I wanted a
That's the way it works.
unitard.
That's the way it works.
This is gonna be
Hey, I
don't
do want to
leave,
ask you
Forrester.
this.
Stay
Hey,
here. We need you.
since we're on this, Brown. Hey,
Yeah.
who designed this desk?
I did.
Okay, I was telling somebody, a client came in and I
Are
told
you
him.
kidding
I was
me?
going through the whole
Yeah.
thing and I was like, and Brown actually put the design of the desk together. I didn't know how it was going to work, but
You're
going to
pull up a
worked out.
drawing that was from the meeting
Hey,
that I was
so
with you
Dunaway-
and designed the desk.
Dunaway is eavesdropping
fine.
on the meeting.
It's fine.
And he looks and he's like, hey,
Forrester,
you
can leave the room
know
now.
I was the one that
I don't want
designed
you to,
that
I don't want
desk.
you to see this, Forrester.
Did he? Yeah. I've got proof with Scott. I'll let Scott get back to his station. This is my original drawing of this studio.
Yeah, it is.
And if you'll look, I mean, it's pretty close.
That
So-
drawing, sign it.
Huh?
I don't see that you didn't
Damn,
sign
I
it.
think Jack could draw better than that.
Yeah, that drawing is from sometime after June 16th.
No, this is before. This is just conceptual in my head.
Oh, conceptual in your head.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is before any of this was actually a reality.
Yep. Actually, I can tell you exactly where you drew that.
Oh, I know. I
Yeah,
remember drawing it and saying this
and
is
I
kind of
already-
what I want it to look like.
And I already had drawn it out on a sheet of paper. I don't save papers like that. So that's fine. You can claim anything you want. This whole thing is Brown's creation. Except for the TVs being down here, which everybody
Yeah,
hates.
that was Jim's idea.
We'd have parties up here if the TVs were
I'm
not
still
down
not a
here.
fan of the lights, by the way.
Well, I mean, we've got to have them.
I know.
Just don't look at them.
Don't look up. I looked up right when he did that.
That's what happens anytime somebody comes to the studio. They're like, "Man, those lights are bright," and we're like, "We don't look at them." And what is the first thing they do?
They look at 'em.
They look right at them.
All right. We'll talk a little USFL later on. Andy Staples in college football in about 40 minutes or so. You guys can leave the room real quick if you want to. But not you. You got to tell us about Creekside Barbecue. A couple other things you may not be interested
What
in.
were you going to go to next before you blew up the store?
No, nothing next. We got other stuff we're going to talk about. But just quickly on the scoreboard. We're not going to do deep discussion on this, but Montana Fouts, who actually comes on the show every week, she had 11 strikeouts last night. Alabama softball beat Mississippi State 2-1.
She pick her fruit yet?
Number 25 Alabama's at number 1 Tennessee tonight, 5:30 in college baseball. Last night, number 17 Auburn in college baseball, up 6-5, blew a lead, bottom of the ninth, 2-run. State wins at 7-6. And Suni Lee wins the national championship on the beam, and that Auburn gymnastics team, as expected by some on this desk, playing for a national championship at 12 noon Saturday on ABC. So those are your headlines. And Florida spring game last night. Alabama's A-Day is tomorrow. We'll talk more about that coming up. And a couple of college football things that we will get to before we get to Andy Staples. One of those is an ESPN college football predictor. Some of these are really unique numbers. We'll jump into a couple of these numbers when we come back, because if that number is close, a few fan bases are going to be pissed off. We'll talk about that coming up. Creekside Barbecue will get you ready for lunch and dinner today.
Hey, this is a great place to start out the weekend. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain. It is centered around great barbecue. I'm getting incredible feedback from Next Round listeners and viewers that have dropped by Creekside. They've got soulful music, good vibes, Alabama-style chicken, the North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with the chef-inspired sides, including that feta pasta salad. It is unbelievable. There is something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. Stop by, tell them the Next Round sent you, or go online and check out the menu right now, creekside-bbq.com.
I'm part of the show as well, being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light Next. Our friends at Bud Light, working on the newest and biggest innovation in beer in years. 80 calories, 0 carbs, light body, crisp taste. Are you ready for what's next? Bud Light Next, available now wherever you buy beer.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
All right, part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. We're about to talk a little college football. ESPN has a predictor. I got a handful of teams here that, and they predicted out, like, for example, Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, Clemson, all projected from 11.8 for Ohio State, 11.3 wins for Alabama, 11.6 wins for Georgia, 11.1 win for Clemson. Those are the only ones in double digits. Some of these others I find interesting. I got a handful I'll throw at you and get your reaction to what the fans will say. And if you think those win totals are possible, we're 134 days away from week 0 of the college football season. That week 0 includes Vanderbilt and Hawaii, an SEC game on the islands. Part of the show brought to you by Mortgage Right. Anywhere in the U.S. you need a mortgage, Mortgage Right, the experts for you.
Yeah, Mortgage Right will put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number 1 when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
First of all, if I said just give me 4 teams you think make the college football playoff this year, a lot of people would start with Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, and Clemson, right? Those would be the 4 people. I mean, that's been a common theme lately.
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of people are going to look at Georgia at their losses and maybe be a little shyer on them than the rest of those. But I think most people would say Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, absolutely.
Yeah, I would go Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, and then I would throw in dark horse.
Yeah, I'd go wild card.
I'm going to throw a positive here.
All right.
9.4 wins, 3.2 losses is the FPI projection for the Texas Longhorns. We saw them high in the index yesterday, and we thought that was out of whack. If Sarkisian backs up a non-bowl year with a 9-win season this year, I mean, that has him sniffing or maybe actually being in the Big 12 championship game as the 2nd seed because you count Alabama as a loss there. What a huge step forward for that program if they get to 9 wins. I know they don't want to be a 9-win program, but for where they are, getting to 9 wins would be a huge step for Sark.
It would be an A-plus season, no doubt. And you'd like to see how the Oklahoma game goes with Venables coaching that game for the first time. But, yeah, Texas going from 3-6 in conference to 5-7 overall and winning 9 games in that second stage, almost doubling your win total, yeah, that would be huge. And when you start to look at the schedule, I don't know. I don't know what my expectation for Texas is.
Yeah, I think that Texas-Oklahoma game is so interesting, Jim, because, with the changeover of Venables to Oklahoma, you wonder, Oklahoma, it's hard to say Oklahoma's owned Texas. I don't know what that is over the last decade. That feels like a pretty competitive rivalry, but Oklahoma owns the Big 12. And you just don't know if that ownership's going to continue with Venables there. So a lot of this is going to be determined by who some of the losses are. You assume one of them is Alabama, so they're going to drop 2 conference games. If one of those is Oklahoma, maybe not as happy, but I still think 9-3 would be a step in the right direction for Sark.
So here we go. On the flip side of that, you have Venables taking over. They project a win total there at 9.1, a 9-win season for Venables. You're going to be feeding hamburger steak to people who are used to eating the fillets, the best cut on the menu.
I think that's disappointing for Oklahoma fans. I feel like they are geared more towards a bare minimum a 10-win season.
Okay, Mr. Schedule, pull up Oklahoma.
Yes, sir, Mr. Denham.
Who's their big out of conference game? Do they have
They
one?
got to go to Nebraska.
They play Nebraska, and you would normally laugh at that.
Come on.
Well, hey, Nebraska played right with them this year in Norman.
Yeah.
No,
did.
seriously.
They did. I know they did. I watched the game. It brought back memories of my childhood when that game mattered.
No, it used to matter.
I'll take Nebraska plus 7 right now.
You would take Nebraska plus 7 right now.
We got some people itching for a steak bet today, right?
Which one, Lance or Dunaway?
I don't know.
Well, it's not me. I've shunned one away already.
Yeah.
But I will take Oklahoma minus 7 in Nebraska.
Jeez.
I think that is going to be Venables' first loss. And, boy, that's going to be a bad loss in that old-school rivalry.
Nebraska had, as I remember it, ball in hand with a chance to force overtime and had a horrible possession, of course, because it was Nebraska at the end of a game in the Scott Frost era. All their possessions are awful at the end of a game.
But they're going to be close, right, Brown? So I feel good about getting 7 at home.
That's the whole thing, and it is in Memorial Stadium in Lincoln.
Flat 7,
yeah,
right?
flat 7.
Okay.
And Nebraska plays nobody before that. They play they do play Northwestern in Dublin. North Dakota and Georgia Southern.
See, there you go.
That's going to throw their clock off.
They're not going to have their legs.
They might
not have their legs.
3 weeks later. Let me see what the final score.
You're expert on jet lag now?
It was 3 weeks. 23-16 was that final score in Norman.
Yeah.
Nebraska played right with them last year.
Yeah, Lincoln Riley was already thinking about Los Angeles. Where am I? What house am I going to buy out there? I know I'm leaving.
California on the mind.
Yeah. Okay, so Oklahoma's a 9-win. Also another rival of Texas. They project Texas A&M at 7.5 wins.
Hugely disappointing.
7.5 wins.
Hugely disappointing.
So basically 7-5, 8-4.
Yeah, either way. If they go 7-5, it's disastrous.
Well, I don't want to be this guy, Lance, but if they go 7-5, there's a lot of money tied to them. But I think you have to start questioning Jimbo's safety.
I would agree. I think 7-5, he's on a major hot seat, and I think there would be some boosters say, "Hey, look, it's time to make a move."
Because 7-5, they've lost. Probably to Miami, Arkansas, Alabama, Ole Miss, Florida, Auburn, or LSU. Those are some. Basically, if they're 7-5, their wins are going to be like UMass at South Carolina.
Yeah, but there's 9 losable games on that schedule.
Sam Houston State. It's going to be a bunch of yucky wins.
No, there's 9 losses on that schedule, though.
Well, there are. They're not going to lose them all, obviously.
No, But, Miami, Arkansas, Mississippi State, South Carolina on the road, Ole Miss, Florida, Auburn, LSU, those are all swing games.
Should be noted, his contract fully guaranteed.
It is. That's a lot of money to be buying a guy out because he just got the extension.
But it feels like they're going to keep extending him every year and keeping it fully guaranteed. So at some point.
Yeah, I'm almost like Jimbo Fisher is the equivalent of the quarterback you talk about, Brown, the Ryan Tannehill, the Tua Tagovailoa, the guy that's just good enough.
He's a top half quarterback.
Yeah. And Jimbo's got that national championship. We all know Jimbo, and I'm going to say this, is a good coach. I don't believe he's an elite coach. Mm-hmm. But if you've got him guaranteed that $75 million, who are you going to go out and get? If you can't find that next elite coach that's a slam dunk, there's no way you're going to get rid of him. So really, he is kind of safe.
Well, but I think, again, Jim, what we talked about the other day, you're going to have a lot of those big money boosters that are saying, all right, we're paying a ton of money for our head coach and his staff, and now we're paying legally a ton of money for recruits, and we're still getting 7-5. And I know those recruits are just now on campus, but is this the guy we want leading them? If we're going to make this type of investment in a recruiting class, do we need a guy that, what is this, year 4 or 5 for Jimbo?
5.
Year 5 is still going 7-5. We've had really one good year. It was the COVID year, which is weird because that was a full SEC schedule. They've had one good year under Jimbo, one good win in Alabama, and one good year.
One of our longtime listeners and viewers, Brad, huge if, but if they ever move on from Jimbo, what kind of coach and who do they go after?
Well, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
I think he's good enough that if you can't find the next what you believe is elite coach in college football, then you probably stand pat.
Yeah, I tell you what, if Lane keeps doing well at Ole Miss, they were 10 wins last year. If he continues to be 9 and 10 wins every year at Ole Miss, and the way he, continues to rattle the cage of the Ole Miss boosters about name, image, and likeness money, collective money, we need to start spending money. Seeing Lane Kiffin with the way he is recruiting, with the money Texas A&M has legally available to pay, that could be an interesting, exciting hire.
Well, let me tell you, though, what A&M, in the event they're ever in a coaching search again, and I don't know that that'll be the case. Maybe Jimbo gets it done. But in the event they're ever in a coaching search again, there's always going to be coaches that look at A&M, and first of all, it's going to pay a ton of money for me to be your head coach. So that's enticing in its own right. And that's going to open a lot of doors.
I don't think they can never pay less than $7.5 million.
I agree
now.
with you. I mean, I think they're always going to have to
ever
be,
again.
I think they're always going to have to be a top 10 paying job. They've put themselves in that neighborhood now. They've bought in that neighborhood. You got to continue to make the house payment.
Unbelievable stadium, unbelievable facilities.
That's what I was about to say. Is any coach is going to look at it and say they're paying a ton. They've got all the resources I can need. They're in a recruiting hotbed of Texas. Somebody is eventually going to unlock this job. I think it can be me. So I don't think A&M will ever struggle to hire a head coach in the event they have to move on for Jimbo.
Okay, but let's just say that Jimbo decided today, hey, I want to move. I'm done with coaching. I mean, who do you go after?
The line would start at the door.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if you're in charge of the search, like, I can't even think of somebody that is that next hot head coach.
Well, as Tripp points out, you're talking 2 or 3 years down the road, probably. Who's going to be the hot? Excuse me, that's Goose that says that. Who's going to be the hot coach then? You don't know who that year's Billy Napier is going to be. Billy seems like he's put together a pretty good track record to get to Florida. I don't know who that's going to be at that time. If Brian Kelly was younger and still at Notre Dame 2 or 3 years from now, he would be a great hire at Texas A&M.
I mean, would Mark Stoops be a good hire?
Maybe. If he's still kicking at Kentucky.
I mean, I'm just saying,
he's a no flash. I'm a nuts and bolts guy who's going to get it done. But I'm not going to be flashy about getting it done.
No, I get it. But he had a better year last year at Kentucky than Jimbo did at A&M.
No, he did.
No, absolutely
he did. That'll be interesting, and we're not in any way indicating we think Jimbo Fisher is going to be in the hot seat. And by the way, I don't think that they're going to have 7 wins. I think they'll have 9 or 10 wins when it's said and done.
Yeah, I mean, our jumping off point was if they're 7-5, which I think we all look at that and say they're not going to be 7-5.
More from the ESPN win total predictor that is out there after Brownie tells us about the great folks at NASCAR. We got another chance for you to qualify coming up. No, actually, not today. No qualifier today. We're going to spin the big wheel.
That's right.
And give away a weekend worth of tickets for one of our folks. It's a pair of tickets for each, and we're going to spin the big wheel later on.
We're going to spin the old wheel. We'll put all the names that are in the drawing on the wheel. We'll spin the wheel. I think it's the first time ever we're going to do it, not just gambling off the air, right? It's the first time we're going to do it. So we're going to do that a little bit later on during the show, and we'll pick a winner for NASCAR tickets. You could get yours, 877-GO-TO-DAGA, 877-GO-TO-DAGA, or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Check on that garage experience for the Sunday Geico 500, April 24th. It is the most immersive in NASCAR. You'll love it. 877-GO-TO-DAGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
C. Warden over on Twitch makes the point I wanted to make here. Is if you're going to pull the plug on Jimbo, if you don't think he's the guy, you want to get your coach before Texas is in the league.
That's right.
Because this has been the time that Texas A&M, and I think they are ahead of Texas when it comes to the pecking order right now.
No, they are right now.
Not in his history and mystique and all that, but I think they are a better program than Texas right now.
They're in better shape, yeah.
You want to get it right and have your guy, whether it's Jimbo or the next guy, in place before Texas and Oklahoma come to the league. C. Warden is exactly right there.
Well, I think Texas is behind because, again, all in one segment, Jimbo's a better coach than Sarkisian. So not only is it a better program right now, they've got the better head coach.
I've never seen you slobber over Jimbo more.
I mean, but Lance just played his cards on how he feels about Sarkisian.
Yep.
Which I knew you didn't think Sarkisian was a great head coach.
No, but I think
you put him behind Jimbo.
To me, as an average head coach,
I agree.
He
has
really
been.
good coordinator.
Yep.
I think Jimbo's a good head coach.
I've got a couple of SEC programs that are set up for falls when we come back. Still using this predictor here. If this comes anywhere close, there's a couple of fan bases that are they're sitting on G, waiting on O for this upcoming football season. And if it ends up being this number right here, it's going to be like air coming out of a balloon. Cowan Equipment gives us our poll questions every day. We had several of them out the past couple of days. Brown will update us on those after LT tells us about the great folks at Cowan.
Yes, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
All right, as Jim said, a host of polls out there. Breakfast choice, pancake or waffle. 52% went waffle, 48% pancake.
Closer than expected.
I went to Waffle House last night. It was about 10:30.
You had dinner?
Yeah.
Oh, I wish you'd have called me.
Late.
I'd have had my fourth meal last night.
Man, it was so good.
Me and Let's met him. What time? We got there, 10:30?
Yeah, it was about 10:30. The laugh. Do you remember that time? The part of dinner? Yes.
That's probably one of the best dinners I've had in a long time.
And I have not laughed that hard in quite a while.
All the listeners showed up. It was great.
Will you go see one USFL game this weekend? 68% said no, 19% maybe, 13% of course. More wins from a former USC quarterback this year. 55% said Jackson Dart at Ole Miss.
Hotty toddy.
25% Keaton Slovis at Pitt. 20% JT Daniels at West Virginia. You didn't have anything for Pitt. I didn't. Is that a Panther? Do you like deviled eggs? 68% say yes, 32% said no.
Cameron Smith is just hitting a chip shot on the
Who's talking about the MCI here?
At the RBC Heritage. Yeah. It looks like he hasn't showered or changed clothes since the last round of Augusta.
He just rolled out of his RV.
Hey, he doesn't care.
Yep.
Like he's the kind of guy that he showers in a creek.
You know, showers in a creek.
Have you ever seen the dude in the lake though that actually is just jumping in? Like I've seen somebody wash their hair in a lake before.
Nick Saban does it.
Yeah. I've done it before.
Yeah. I asked LT the other day, and you know how he normally answers this, Rockstar? I said, you got Cam Smith's look for Cam Smith's money. What do you think LT said? LT said, I don't know, Brown.
Yeah.
Like what do you think Cam Smith's worth? 5 million? 10 million?
Yeah, probably 10 right now.
I think I actually, with a bar of Ivory soap, bathed in the Red River between Oklahoma and Texas.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How did we get in the Red River?
Take that shootout.
Red River, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, pontoon weekend.
Okay.
Back in the 90s, the 1900s.
Fire Island.
Yeah. All right, so Cameron Smith is the kind of guy we think looks like he picks up his socks in the morning and go, yeah, I can still wear those.
You turn them inside out.
All right, we're back with more win totals. That's our Cowan Equipment poll questions at Next Round Live.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. When I'm on camera, how many give me the wide shot though. How many Next Round logos can you see? One, two, three behind me, 4 in the corner. 5,
2 on your shirt.
Yeah, and then all the ones on the computer screen.
Have you guys
That's true. I forgot the computer screen.
We are logoed up, buddy.
Anyway, got to ask you, so you don't like caramelized onions?
I do not like
Speaking
or
of the Next Round logo.
No,
yes.
I just wanted to clarify that. Right. So have you guys, the smaller TNR hat, just with the TNR logo on the hat, have you had anybody say, is that TNA?
Oh, yeah.
TNA. Oh, yeah.
I was at a lunch recently with, it's about 6 or 7 guys from my church, okay, including my pastor, George Wright. And I brought one of the people at that lunch the black hat with the circular TNR logo. And somebody at the church group was like, "Did you just give him a TNA hat?" a lunch with a group of guys from your church? I was like, "No, that is TNR." And they're like, "Hey, you might want to make that R a little more distinct."
They need to go check out Michelson.
Yeah. Hey, is Rockstar's
smaller on
It
the
is. Is Rockstar's camera the ability to move like all the other cameras? I thought it was.
Well, I love what you do to Scott.
Yeah.
What
would you like there?
Can we get a wide shot of the room of just of what Lunsford is doing back there? I mean, this
is he doing?
This has become Lunsford's full-time job, man.
Well, you make it as his full-time job.
I mean, nextround.store, this is all this guy does is he's import-export boy all of a sudden.
We can't have anything up here delivered without you before
My
you
God,
ask.
I would hate to be with you on Christmas. What's that? What's in there? Is it available I can open it now?
Before you even ask Lunsford off the show, you ask him on the show, hey, can we buy that in the store? Because I'm told the one you asked earlier cannot be bought in the store. That was just for us.
What about Dunaway as a kid? You know, kids ask nonstop questions.
Oh, there's Lunsford working in the store for those of you watching.
I mean, the guy is shuffling T-shirts and hats like it's his job.
It should be noted that is not our store.
No, we don't have a store.
We have a store, Jim.
But it's all virtual.
It's virtual, yes. It is warehoused elsewhere. This is just stuff we have up here for personal use.
Yeah.
That's like what we give to...
It's our wardrobe change.
Yeah. And it's also, some of it's what's being shipped out right now.
Some of it, but by and large, that is for our personal use there. So lest you think you can just show up here with cash and buy something, actually you can.
Well, maybe
you
you
show up here
can.
with cash.
Well, nobody knows where we are.
You can buy almost anything you want.
Depends on
gonna
who's
give
here at the
address.
time of day.
Yes.
You're the one that makes it sound like they can just stop by anytime. Nextround.store, nextround.store if you want to go to our virtual store online and make an order there and make Lunsford work harder today, which is I'm all for. Nextround.store. Look, right now, a new order just came in, and he's pulling it off the rack.
I love Rockstar. Once again, we've ordered too many shirts.
Another off the rack from the TNA discount store.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap today.
It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep out the debris. If you want to eliminate gutter cleaning forever, it's back with a lifetime warranty. Write the number down, 205-823-2212. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Call Chris Stewart today, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it, Gutter Cap.
I appreciate only having to pay 80% of the actual cost when I get new gear up here. What about you guys? Y'all don't get it for free, do you?
No, Jim, we pay full price.
Okay, here's two fan bases that are not going to be happy with the ESPN projection of the win totals that came out. You would agree with me that there are a couple of fan bases that think they're about to take monumental steps in the SEC this year. One in the East, one in the West.
Okay.
If I were to tell you the projection win total for Tennessee is 7.0, barely 7 wins. 7 wins for Tennessee. And for Arkansas, the win total is 6.5.
Yeah, that's disappointing.
Right in the middle of a 6-6, 7-5 year for both of those teams. Their fan base reaction would be what, LT?
Well, they're going to be really disappointed. I mean, Arkansas is coming off a 9-win season. Tennessee's coming off a 7-win season. Both their trajectory is going up. I think Tennessee would be more. You know, Arkansas is always going to have that really difficult schedule. They were able to navigate it last year. Even lost some close games with that 9-4 season.
Arkansas's got. Go ahead, Lance.
I was going to say, I think Tennessee fans really believe this is the year they can jump to maybe double-digit wins. They're like, hey, Kentucky did it last year. This is the year we get back to 10 wins.
You're about to say something about Arkansas because I believe this win total is correct.
Well, they've got a really interesting non-conference is what I was going to say. And it would be even more interesting if Malik Willis were back for another year. But they play Cincinnati, which we said they're going to be a favorite. But Lance, I mean,
That's
a small favorite. It is a tough game. They are at BYU, which they could potentially be an underdog in that game. Could be a toss-up.
BYU is a dark horse college football playoff contender. They got to go unbeaten,
and that is
they could be an 11-1 team this year.
And that is a random in the middle of the conference season road trip. I mean, they are
road trip.
Yeah, they play Alabama, then they're at State, and then they're at BYU. I mean, that's after they play A&M. It's an interesting stretch.
So just to score at home. A&M, who some will have as a playoff contender.
That's right, and that game is, of course, in Arlington at AT&T Stadium.
Yeah, then they play Alabama.
Alabama at home. They do get the tide at home.
Then they play Mike Leach's offense, which is unique to prepare for, and then they go to Provo.
At BYU, play an altitude game. That's 4 straight weeks right there. That's a tough stretch.
When I look at the schedule just on the surface, breaking it down, I think 8-4 or 7-5.
And that Liberty game, again, they got to replace Malik Willis, but they still got Hugh Freeze as the coach, obviously. It falls between Auburn and LSU. Now, it is homecoming, for whatever that's worth, but it falls between a road trip to Auburn and a home game against LSU. So it's your classic trap game. So, I mean, that is a difficult schedule for Arkansas.
Yeah, I think I forget which, when we were doing our 40-40 countdown, there was one team everyone was high on, and I said this year they will fall way off. and I didn't have them in my top 40. I think it was Indiana maybe. And
well, you were right.
And Arkansas they'll be in my top 40, but I think 6 wins, 7 wins is exactly what Arkansas is this year. Tennessee is there. A couple others real quick. NC State. If it's not Clemson, it's NC State, everyone is saying in the ACC. They project at 8 wins there. That would be disappointing.
Yeah, I think they're low on NC State. NC State, what did they have them, 26th in the FBI?
Yep.
Yeah, and I think NC State's going to be much better.
Win total, USC, 8 wins there.
I mean, the one thing USC's got going for them, schedule. I mean, that's the only thing. Again, I think major transitional year for Lincoln Riley and USC, but 8 wins is doable.
And then Cam Rising is one of the hottest names in the offseason at quarterback. 9 wins is the total, 9.0, dead on. So right there at the 8 or 9 win category for Utah. Would be disappointing. You don't probably get to 9 wins without a loss at Florida.
Well, yeah, I would agree with that because I think when you start to look at the schedule, there's really only 3 losable games on it.
Yeah, so those are the FPI win total projections, which you can get in our morning rounds at nextroundlive.com. When we come back, the great, the one and only, so unique, Andy Staples joins us on our video connection. It is brought to you by our friends at Johnston RV Center, johnstonrvcenter.com.
He'll be on the johnstonrvcenter.com hotline. You can go see them for yourself. I-65, exit 334, right up there in Decatur, or 304 in DeColeman. And listen, they've got an exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old. They've got financing available. They're home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. My guys, Rodney and Nick Johnston. Your guys, too, at johnstonrvcenter.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Bromberg Store Credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Stay up to date with The Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The USFL World is here in Birmingham tomorrow night. Dual broadcast, simulcast on Fox and NBC. New Jersey and Birmingham, 6:30, and then 3 games at Protective and Legion Field on Sunday. On NBC, USA, and FS1. So get your tickets with the USFL. We're glad to be supporting the USFL, and we're excited about not just this weekend, but the next couple of months of USFL football based every game right here in Birmingham, Alabama.
The football capital of the South. And we talk a lot of college football, of course, on this show on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline right now. Andy Staples of The Athletic joins us now at Andy_Staples on Twitter. Hello, Andy. How are you this morning?
I am doing great. How are y'all doing?
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. Let's talk about your backyard there. The Florida spring game was last night, and if you watch that, it doesn't seem that there is any question who will be the starting quarterback for Billy Napier.
Yeah, I think they made that pretty clear. Anthony Richardson was with the ones playing against the number one defense, lit up the number one defense. Jack Miller, the transfer from Ohio State, played with the twos, had some trouble toward the end there. He had a red zone interception. So it looks like that's pretty firmed up. And I think that's probably the way things were going in. I think this new staff understood, hey, when you saw Richardson, I think he tweeted, scared money don't make money, basically right after Billy Napier was hired. I think that was an acknowledgement that, hey, I'm in with you guys. You guys are in with me. I'm staying. Let's do this. And we'll see what happens with Anthony Richardson. But you watched, at times last season when he did get in, there were flashes where you think, okay, this guy could be really good. He's very, very big. He's 6'5", 235, 240, can run, throws the ball with ease, but not all, we weren't sure if it was always going to be the most accurate or where it was supposed to be. It looked fairly accurate last night. I think he was 15 of 17 in the first half. And a lot of RPO stuff they were doing. Now, look, defense was kind of vanilla. I've heard there were some scrimmages where the defense was not so vanilla that the completions were a little harder to come by. So we'll see what happens with that offense. I think it's going to be even more interesting. Like they've got the quarterback thing set, but who will be catching those passes? Who will be playing linebacker for them? These are things that might be decided more out of the transfer portal here in the next month or so than what we saw in spring practice.
So if I asked you who gets to an SEC championship game first, Billy Napier or Jimbo Fisher?
Ooh. I think Jimbo Fisher probably, you'd have to answer that one, because if the quarterback thing hits at Texas A&M, conceivably they could be in an SEC championship game as early as this year. I mean, they beat Alabama last year. They should be theoretically better than they were last year. Now, look, Alabama is much older, is probably the best team in the country right now. But Texas A&M has the talent to play with anybody. What Texas A&M needs is they need to hit on the quarterback. Because you think about it, their two most successful seasons of the SEC are Johnny Manziel's Heisman year and then Kellen Mond's fourth year as the starter, where you had an above average quarterback who was very knowledgeable about the offense, who had a lot of talent around him, and they were able to use that. We'll see what happens this year. They've got Haynes King, who was supposed to be the guy last year. Max Johnson, who I thought at times at LSU looked great. And, then you've got the freshman Connor Wegman, who has gotten, has played some, and in spring they used him a little bit. So there's a chance he could be competing. And I think Texas A&M is further along than just about anybody other than Alabama and Georgia.
Andy Staples is with us. You read him in The Athletic. We have him linked often in our Next Round Live morning rounds of our top links every day. Not just an SEC guy. We talk with him a lot about the SEC, but writes about all of college football and several other things right there at The Athletic. If I asked you, Andy, you just pick a team that could come out of nowhere and make the college football playoffs this year. There's been a lot of people talking about, FPIs this week and win totals and all of that. And
you haven't heard me talking about that. That strikes me as we're gonna create a computer algorithm that produces the most idiotic results so that people will talk about them on radio shows.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. It's exactly what our segment was. If you've got Texas and Auburn in your top 10, it should be thrown away. But is there a team?
I didn't even know about that. I was on a show in New York, and the host read the thing to me, and I just laughed out loud when he said Texas.
Right. So off the beaten path, or a team that's a dark horse, however you want to phrase it, that could get into a college football conversation, playoff conversation this year. Maybe like Michigan, definitely like Cincinnati. Is there a team out there that could challenge the Ohio State, the Alabama, the Georgia, the Texas A&M, the Clemsons this year?
Maybe Utah. I mean, they won the Pac-12 last year. They open at Florida. It's one of those things that if they win, convincingly, and I wouldn't be shocked if they're favored in that game by the time the game comes around. If they could win the Pac-12 again, they could potentially crash the playoff. Oregon, I think people have sort of written off because they had a coaching change, but this was the year that Mario Cristobal was pointing toward as having his best roster there. And now he goes to Miami and Dan Lanning takes over. Dan Lanning knows how to coach a good roster. I mean, he was coaching the defense at Georgia last year, for goodness sake. So that's another one. So the Pac-12, which has not produced a playoff team since 2016, I think if either Utah or Oregon, and those are the two teams I would peg as the potential champs out of that league, either one of those could be a playoff team that maybe we're not talking about as much now.
Andy Staples is with us. Go follow Andy on Twitter at Andy_Staples. Subscribe to The Athletic. Read his work there. Hear him on SiriusXM. And go get his podcast. Same place you get ours. The Andy Staples Show. The Andy Staples Show podcast. Football, food, all the great stuff that we love here. How much do you think, because the Big 12 feels a little wide open, more than many conferences, how much do you feel JT Daniels changes that for West Virginia?
Not at all. I think the Big 12 feels less wide open. It feels like Oklahoma will be back as the champ of the Big 12. Look, West Virginia gets better with JT Daniels, but unfortunately, teams have been picking off West Virginia's best players via the transfer portal. I know Neil Brown pretty upset about it. Feels like there's been some tampering going on, and he's frustrated, but there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, the fact of the matter is, if you have a chance to go to what you perceive as a better program, you're gonna take it. I think in the Big 12, if Texas can ever get off the schneid, it would be great, and it would be good for college football if Texas would be good again. But at this point, with them coming off a 5-7 season, losing to Kansas, I'm done predicting that they'll be back. They got to actually show it. And they play Alabama week 2. So we'll have a pretty good sense of where they're at. But, everybody assumes that Lincoln Riley leaving Oklahoma means Oklahoma's going to suddenly stink. I don't think that's the case. They got Dylan Gabriel as a transfer, who was an excellent quarterback at UCF. He was hurt most of the last season, so didn't get to play. He's reunited with Jeff Lebby, who was his OC his freshman year at UCF, who was the OC at Ole Miss the last 2 years. I think they're gonna score a lot of points at Oklahoma. And with Brent Venables running the defense is going to be better. So that's the issue there. And then you've got Baylor coming off the Big 12 championship. I think they're still going to be pretty good. They have 2 quarterbacks who can play. They play really good defense. The Big 12 sort of changed. Like, everybody still thinks of it as this wide open, everybody runs the air raid league. It's not like that anymore. Iowa State's defense, which was kind of built to stop those teams, everybody in the country's tried to copy that. And then Baylor comes in, Dave Aranda comes from LSU, takes over there, and they play fantastic defense. Look, not the same way that Iowa State does, but they play defense very well. Jim Knowles had a great defense at Oklahoma State last year. That's why Ohio State hired him to fix their defense. So I still think, Oklahoma, Baylor, we'll see if Oklahoma State can keep that up with Jim Knowles gone. But, just as I struggle to say Texas will be back at any point until I actually see it, I'm not going to write off Mike Gundy until I see them actually fall off, because they're always pretty good, and then sometimes they're really good.
In 3 years, who will be the alpha in the state of Florida?
That is a great question, because I think when Billy Napier got hired, it was, okay, this is a guy who understands what Nick Saban does, what Kirby Smart does, and he's going to do something very similar. And if it works, then Florida is going to look more similar to Alabama and Georgia. But then Miami goes and hires Mario Cristobal and says, not only are we hiring Mario Cristobal, we're going to invest in football the way Clemson invests in football at the top of the ACC and the way all these SEC schools invest in football. And if that's really the case, if they really do plan to do that, and judging by the staff they've hired, they do, then Miami could be that team. Because Mario Cristobal, I imagine the conversations he had with Miami brass were almost identical to the conversations that Billy Napier had with Florida brass. They came through the same Nick Saban system. Now, Mario Cristobal had been a head coach before, so he had some of his own ideas, but he merged them. Like, I know for a fact that Mario Cristobal, when he got or when he was the interim head coach at Oregon, and Rob Mullins, the athletic director, interviewed him to become the full-time head coach, he basically slapped down the organizational charts from Alabama and Georgia and said, I need this. If you really want this to work, give me this. And Oregon went to work on trying to do that. They weren't there. I know everybody assumes that Phil Knight just writes a check. It doesn't work that way. So they didn't have that level of investment yet. Miami seems to be promising that level of investment. So that's going to be a wild race to watch as Billy Napier and Mario Cristobal try to build that up. I'd probably lean toward Cristobal just because he's more familiar with the environment that he's just walked into, and he's been a head coach in that city before. He was FIU's head coach and was pretty good there. But also because he's built a program and a roster to win a conference before. So, and I know that Billy Napier has won the Sun Belt, but Mario Cristobal won the Pac-12 a couple times at Oregon, has the best, left the best roster behind for Dan Lanning. I would think just his experience advantage gives him the edge there.
This is totally a self-serving question for me, but I get asked often, when is Oklahoma and Texas going to actually start playing SEC football? Give me a good answer that I can start telling people.
I don't know that I have a good answer, because, usually there'll be what people say to the public, what they say to the media, and then what they really feel. And, I thought we'd get that with them, that they'd say, yeah, well, we can't leave until June 30th, 2025, because that's when the Big 12 grant of rights runs out. And that's what they'd say publicly, but then privately they'd be like, yeah, we're going to be there in 2023, 2024. Don't even worry about it. They're not saying that. Nobody's saying that. And maybe they're still working on it. I think with the Big 12 changing commissioners and working on its new TV deal and doing all this stuff, there is a possibility that reasonable people could come to a reasonable dollar figure that might allow them to leave earlier, but they've got to get to that point. And this is what's interesting, because, you'll hear people in the Big 12 say, well, they can't leave because they would owe this much money. And it's a lot of money if they were to leave, because you'd essentially have to buy your broadcast rights back from the Big 12. And I don't think they're going to do that. I think what they've got to figure out, and what the Big 12 has to figure out, and what Oklahoma and Texas need to decide is there a way that the Big 12 can make $1 more than it would make if Oklahoma and Texas stay until June 30th, 2025. And if they can make $1 more or $5 million a school more, or however you want to play it, then you let them go early. Because otherwise you're just keeping them out of spite. Why would you cost yourself money? But if there's not a way to figure out how to make $1 more, and if you're Oklahoma and Texas, there's not a way to do it without a massive cash outlay, you just stay there and you come to the SEC in 2025.
When we have great minds like Andy Staples of The Athletic on, we like to ask them some of our hard-hitting sports take poll questions that we've had this week.
Ready.
Pancakes or waffles for breakfast?
It always depends on the mood, but I think if I had to guess which I'm in the mood for more often, I would go pancakes.
Okay. Wow. Deviled eggs, like them or no?
Nope. I like eggs in almost every form, but deviled and hard boiled, can't handle the smell, just gets me.
Yeah, it is a rough smell.
Favorite regional barbecue sauce? Do you like the tomato-based, southern-based, vinegar-based, mustard-based?
I will preface this by saying that properly cooked barbecue requires no sauce.
If you followed Andy closely, you knew that answer was coming, Jim.
Yeah,
Maybe I was setting him up,
though.
Maybe I was setting you up for that answer.
Yeah, but that's not the answer. I do have a preferred sauce. So I was born in Columbia, South Carolina, spent the first 7 years of my life there. Until we moved to Florida, I had no idea that mustard-based barbecue sauce is considered weird by everyone else.
Yeah, Maurice's, right? Maurice's
is
Maurice's in Columbia.
No, not Maurice's.
Is that not the go? Hang on.
Maurice is a horrible human and does not need to be celebrated or his his descendants don't need to be paid in any way.
I know nothing about him, but that's the mustard-based.
He's a bad guy. But the mustard-based bar, like Rush's, was the chain of drive-through barbecue when I was a kid, and it's still there. But I just assumed that that's how everyone ate pulled pork sandwiches, like mustard-based barbecue slathered into the pork sandwich. And I still, like, if I make it at home, I put mustard-based sauce on it.
Interesting. I like mustard-based sauce.
I do
It's
too.
really good.
I do
yeah.
too.
So the Cadbury egg and or the Peep?
So I hate Peeps.
I do too.
I prefer the Cadbury's mini egg to the Cadbury's cream egg. Cadbury's mini egg is my favorite Easter candy, bar none. But I have come around on the Cadbury's cream egg as a delicacy, like a once-a-year delicacy. But I hate Peeps with the fire of 1,000 suns.
Yeah, I'm with.
I think I'm the
Andy
only
though.
person that liked Peeps growing up. I don't like them anymore.
My
They're too
little
sweet.
one-
But as a kid, I loved them.
My little one loves them. I
Everyone
hate the
in my
texture.
family loves Peeps, and they think I am a complete psychopath for hating them.
Hate the texture. I'm
not a big marshmallow guy. Like if you ask me what my favorite marshmallows are, it's the ones in Lucky Charms. Like
Yeah, I
those,
agree.
that's the texture I want in my
Those aren't
marshmallows.
marshmallows. I don't know what the hell they are.
Those are freeze-dried marshmallows.
Yeah, freeze-dried.
That's right.
But it's that kind of creativity that got us to the moon back in the 60s. That's what
That's
happened.
exactly right. with less technology than you have in your phone.
Yes.
Andy, thank you so much for the time. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, guys.
All right,
See you,
take
Andy.
care. Andy Staples with us. Go follow him on Twitter at Andy_Staples. Read him in The Athletic. He was with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And part of our show today being brought to you by Rockstar's guy, Jaden Shack. Adam Mestre.
Adam Mestre. I need to learn more about Maurice. Dang, Brown. Adam is
I
a third-generation
think I know the
realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
He was apparently a big segregationist back in the day. He was also a politician, so I believe that's what Andy was referring to there.
Royal Payne writes in at Next Round Live, Houston returns their quarterback, but avoids UCF and Cincinnati in the ACC. UTSA, Texas Tech on the schedule. Could go unbeaten. But is that schedule good enough to do for them what Cincinnati's schedule did for them last year? Could Houston be a playoff team?
Yeah, I like that Houston team. What I saw last year, Clayton Tune is a really good quarterback. Their defense swarms.
do you believe in Holgerson? Is he one of those guys that really could take it wire to wire?
I don't believe in going undefeated
and not mess up a game.
Well, because Cincinnati, what helped them the most, I mean, let's be honest about this. If Cincinnati had the same exact scenario they had last year, well, last year's a bad example. It was almost, they had to have another team.
Right.
What helped Cincinnati as much as anything last year was playing at Notre Dame. You'll give me that, right?
Oh, yeah.
That did. And the fact that Notre Dame was still good.
I mean, Notre Dame was still a New Year's Six team. I mean, they
Yeah.
played in the Fiesta Bowl. They're out of conference. Houston's is at Texas Tech and Kansas. Now, Indiana ended up not being very good last year, but when we started the season, Indiana had a good year the year before, and you're like, hey, Indiana, Notre Dame, that's a really good non-conference.
Yeah, I mean, Indiana ended up being one of the most disappointing
did.
Power 5 teams in college football this past
But
year.
at Texas Tech and Kansas, I don't think anybody goes into this season saying, whoo, they're playing at Texas Tech and playing Kansas.
Jeremy, Florida State fans have awakened. Jeremy says, Staples, no love for FSU. There are more than 2 teams in that state. Right now, though, Florida and Miami getting a lot of love, but I am of the belief that at some point Florida State will be back in that conversation sooner rather than later.
Well, you think so. I think they're getting the love because Mike Norvell, you kind of see what you get right now. Billy Napier, you saw what he did at Louisiana. A lot of people think that's going to translate to success at Florida. And Cristobal, just the staff he's put together, the way he recruits.
Yeah. All right. So we appreciate all the comments over in the chat room. Our show today being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemphill. If something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, Hemphill is a great place to start.
Yeah, you're right. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have our friends at Hemphill on speed dial. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
All right. When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu. Florida's spring game was last night. Don't forget, you got spring games tomorrow down in Mobile for South Alabama. In Miami, sold-out soccer stadium, 19,100 Cane fans will be gathered for the spring game tomorrow there. Also, spring games for Vandy, who opens their season 134 days from now on the island against Hawaii. South Carolina, Mississippi State, Arkansas. Georgia's got national TV tomorrow for their spring game, in Alabama. After Rockstar's viewing menu this hour, Nick Saban with an interesting comment about what he sees coming after Alabama's 8-day game. Nick Saban blows your mind coming up here on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central
.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the Fudge Graham and the Caramel Crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on the Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. With your Birmingham Stallions, take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at Lance'sLock.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to Lance'sLock.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to Lance'sLock.com.
All right, part of our show every day is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. They bring you Rockstar's viewing menu. And Rockstar, not only tonight, but whatever he's watching this weekend right now, thanks to the great folks at New Life. And maybe later this show, if not this show, Monday, a new T-shirt competition winner.
Yeah, remember, submit your design. Go to nextroundlive.com and win. We had a winner a couple of weeks ago. We're about to have our second winner. It's that simple. If you're watching us right now, head to nextroundlive.com. Design our next shirt. It is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or online, danielmooreart.com for more information.
You know, seems like the trend right now for TV shows. What's the most popular show? I'll just go ahead and say it, Yellowstone.
Mm-hmm. Right.
We got a new one coming on with Josh Brolin tonight on Amazon Prime.
It looks so weird.
The Outer Range, a rancher fighting for his land and family who discovers an unfathomable mystery at the edge of Wyoming's wilderness, starring Josh Brolin.
Yeah, I think it's got some science fiction in it.
Yeah, so the big thing is was Bridgerton for a while in Downton Abbey. Everything was go British, Maggie, and now it's all Montana, Wyoming, all this stuff on the range.
Yeah, I think they're doing the combination for the extraterrestrial fan out there.
Right.
So they're combining range and that. That's the way it looks to me.
Yeah.
There is a sci-fi element to it, but I might be wrong.
How'd those horns get so long? Had to be aliens.
Tune in for episode 2.
What else, Rockstar?
How about Hulu? I never saw this. Drunk, Stoned, Brilliant, and Dead. The story of National Lampoon.
Okay.
Never saw it.
No, it's a documentary for 2015.
It's quite an obituary, though.
Yeah. Drunk, Stoned, Brilliant, and Dead.
Put that on my tombstone.
And that's pretty much it tonight.
I did watch Breaking the Band, Def Leppard last night.
I was about to say Leonard Skinner. I think we
I
know
thought you
what
were
broke
saying
that
Leonard
one.
Ronstadt.
Motley Crue came on last night. I recorded that one, but I watched Def Leppard with Little Man last night. It's good.
I mean, if you saw the Behind the Music Def Leppard, really good. The
really
Rick
good.
Allen element.
Well, everybody said how bad Metallica is with alcohol. They said Def Leppard was 15 times worse with the alcohol.
You had one die.
Yeah,
that is crazy because I went to dinner last night after I played golf. Obviously not at home. I went out to dinner with a group of other people, and one of the wives had a Def Leppard T-shirt on last night.
I have seen that Def Leppard There's 2 Def Leppard T-shirts really making the rounds with the women right now.
Really?
Yep.
Well, Courtney had it on last night. One of the 2, I assume.
Yep. I bet I could show it to you right now.
Yeah.
in the store?
More women's fashion from LT.
That's the end of the story. Do we put it in the store?
Yeah. That is the end of the story. All right. Hey, USFL weekend. If you go right now, nextroundlive.com, I've got the whole schedule and the weekend games to watch. I'll run through it quickly for you. Generals and Stallions, 6:30, first dual broadcast since Super Bowl I on 2 major networks. That's a mouthful there. Generals and Stallions, 6:30. You can get your tickets there, Protective Stadium. Then 3 games on Sunday, 11 a.m. It's the Gamblers and the Panthers. 3 o'clock, Stars and Breakers. And then 7 o'clock, my pick to win the league, the Bandits against the Marlers. And that's all happening this weekend, week 1 of the USFL.
And Perren King is with us now. He is the vice president of the Bruno event team and is one of the ones that is heading up the USFL here in Birmingham. And we're excited to have them in Birmingham and have Perren with us in studio. How are you?
Now, we are getting better by the minute. Hope and pray the same for all that are here and in the listening audience. Now, this is great to be able to talk about professional football for an entire weekend in Birmingham, Alabama, the football capital of the South. Again, there are many naysayers that a year ago that said that this would not have been possible. Look what we have done as a community.
Well, the amazing thing is all 8 teams right here living and coexisting together. Logistically for you guys, when you came up with this plan, from that moment to how it's played out, how difficult has it been?
The plane took off, and we're building the landing gears. The internal joke because at that point, it does have a different sense of urgency once you take it off. But a lot of great partnerships. It just proves that the progress that we have made with a lot of different entities here in Birmingham, Alabama. So everything from our friends at the BJCC, city, county, Sheraton Western Complex. But yeah, it's like the old joke was like it's the Oklahoma Sooners house back in the 80s. Like you've got all these one players under one house. But it is amazing to see. It feels like a college town if you haven't been downtown here in a while. And prayerfully, everybody's going to be downtown this weekend to indulge in all 4 games. Count them, 4 games that are going to be happening this weekend. But it has that energy. You see players walking around, different paraphernalia. Parents are in town to be able to see their kids' first professional game. So this is exactly where we need to be. But, yeah, tons of moving parts to your point, Lance.
Oh, I want to know because obviously the Stallions will have some local interest, but you can also go catch these other teams playing, and they're all here in Birmingham. Tell us what we should know as fans about ticket prices. Where do we get tickets? Sure. Can I buy them at a gate, whether it's at Legion Field or Protective Stadium? Any of that stuff I need to know as a fan who wants to go to these games, not just this weekend, but they're here. You guys are here for 3 months.
No, that's correct. And the thing, Jim, that we want people to know as fans that this league has been built family first. Everything's intentional from a $10 ticket price. Who does that?
Right.
15 and under, kids with a ticketed adult can get in free. So to be able to say that you can bring your family out, again, inflation, gas prices are a thing right now. The USFL has a viable answer to be able to take you away from some of those things. You'll be able to go to theusfl.com to be able to updates on the teams, to see if your team is doing well. Again, since you picked the Bandits, I would have picked the Stallions. But again,
well, I'm trying to win.
This is good, Perren. This is actually good that he picked the Bandits.
You're familiar. Perren, he watches the show. You know the Jimmy Lamb, right?
That's what we do. We do know, so it's kind of like a party. I guarantee
we do.
It's one of those.
But so you're telling me, like we have a guy, Greg from Pell City, who's got 10 kids. That's right. So he can, with one, if he buys a ticket, he can bring all 10 of his kids to the game if they're under 15.
Of 3.
Okay.
So he needs so what he needs to do then, wife, grab another ticket, and then at that point they've got 6 kids plus them, and then for any others that they need to grab, again, $10. There will be a limited amount again at the gate. You hear this because you guys are live in this vein about tickets are selling fast. There are not a lot of tickets out there. I mean, Birmingham has got the message. We sold tickets in over 44 states. So when we talk about a lot of parents and family and friends and folks that have been supporting these young people throughout their matriculation through college, they're coming. They're here right now. The rooms are booked up. So for any traffic details, go to protectivestadium.com to be able to understand where you can park, how you can move around. Great restaurants. Again, Birmingham, we're a food city now. So there's so many things that we're selling where USFL is here, and we're inviting all these folks in. There's going to be kids on the field. Again, who does that? You're going to get ready to see a gauntlet of anywhere from 50 to 100 kids out high-fiving the Stars and welcoming into, again, but going back to your point, Jim, there's Fox and there's NBC simulcast. That hadn't happened since Super Bowl I. This is a big deal for our community, and it's going to continue to play out for 40 weeks. So this is for 40 games over 10 weeks.
This is Perren King here. He's with the Bruno Event Team Vice President, and as you can see from his gear, they are excited about the USFL. Right. I want to ask you, so on Easter, there's 3 games. I was under the misunderstanding one of those was at Legion Field. They're all 3 at Protective, as you said. Yeah, all 3 at Protective. So if I'm at the game and I may be asking a question like, come on, Brown, we're not that far along yet. This is like you said, we're flying the plane and building the landing gear at the same time. If I'm at the game 1 ends, game 2, how quick's it going to start? What's in between? You know, how do I fill that time?
1 hour.
Now, so a little bit less. So what we're doing is you think about it 3, so 11 o'clock game, 3 o'clock game, 7 p.m. game. Everything was designed about this to be, again, TV and fan-friendly as well. So when you think about 45-minute to under an hour turnaround, that's what you're going to see. That's the plan. And I think once we get through Sunday to be able to understand some of those turnarounds, because there aren't a ton of triple headers, but we'll sparingly use Fridays, Saturdays, again, or where the money lives. And then Sunday, we'll catch some of those matinees as well. So look for roughly around that 45-minute to an hour. But what we'll do is once we completely learn how this works this weekend to make sure it's logistically sound for the players and get them warmed up, we'll be able to do some more communications but right now that's the plan you're going to see for the first
because
weekend.
That's the crazy thing, Lance. I mean, this is legitimately something that's never been done.
Yeah.
We've never done this in a professional.
Yeah, that's right.
You guys may already have this planned, and Hallman knows this. I'm an idea guy. I can throw them out, but I'm never good. But I went to the outdoor hockey game in Nashville this year, and during timeouts and in between periods, it was one concert after another. Here comes another artist on a side stage, man. Music with bringing in local artists to play.
Raise that budget, man.
Jude's got tons of money to spend on this. It's a great idea, Jim. Rockstar, what are you doing Sunday?
You stole my thunder. I was going to say, so you're saying we need to get Rockstar. We need to have it on location.
That's what I was setting up until Brown stole my idea. A guy like Rockstar could come play. For free, probably, right, Rockstar?
No, but a heavy dose of that ideation is already in the air to make sure that we're filling. So it's like USFL after dark, because there's some games that are 8 p.m. our time that are starting. So, again, it's like that late Alabama game that was for network TV. So there's a lot of things that we're going to do from Fox and NBC games and even the Peacock Network games that we're going to be on. But every game is going to be nationally televised, but again, some in those primetime spots. I mean, this is exciting. But, yeah, we want to make sure that this has the right local flair and feel. So everything that we're doing from community engagement to making sure that local vendors kind of understand their opportunities within this span. This is about us. This is the reason we were chosen. They could have taken this anywhere else in the country, but Birmingham was chosen for a lot of these reasons we want to showcase.
Okay, important question. So when initially you guys announced the 8 teams, we love the fact that it was old logos, old teams. Will merch be sold for all 8 teams on location?
Yeah, we've actually got it staged here and starting tomorrow. You can actually go to theusfl.com and then be able to go to the store and be able to grab it and have some other items. But, yes, starting tomorrow, once the gates open at 4:30, you can go and grab all 8. I mean, again, it's one of those things with once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't just grab the Stallions. Please grab the Stallions first and foremost. But then outside of that, make sure that you grab the other 7 teams as well, because you're living through history right now to be able to say this was that time. And, again, there's so many stories from us being at a certain age that we pass on to our children and family members. This is the opportunity to get our children engaged and say, hey, we're the Maulers on Monday when you're returning back to school. So yes, definitely can get all that merch, Lance, and it's going to be available on site as well.
Cool.
Yeah, I look forward to it, man. I'm excited about the not only this weekend but the weeks to come. I know Easter on this Sunday. A lot of people have a lot of plans, but then we got weekend after weekend after weekend. Something to do around here. I love it.
I met a guy last night. It's so random. Met a guy last night. He's in his 60s now, but he was actually an offensive guard.
Wow.
For the Birmingham Stallions.
Wow.
And he's lives in Gadsden. He had originally committed to Alabama. An injury prevented him from going to play for Coach Bryant at Alabama, and I think he ended up at Vanderbilt, if I'm not mistaken. And just grew up in this area. He's from Jacksonville originally. Okay. Yeah, and ended up playing guard for the Stallions. And his wife was like, "Tell him what you signed for." And he goes, "Well, I signed 2 years, $66,000, which back then, 33, that's not bad.
Economy, that's right. They can at that point.
And that's what I said. I said that wasn't bad. He goes, "Well, it wasn't bad until we didn't get paid the second year."
Do you know what are the top salaries right now?
So right now, and again, this is public knowledge, but you'll see a lot of incentives that are out there. So guys are going to actually do pretty well for a shortened season. So you think $75,000 is what that's publicly knowledge and that's out there. The really cool thing about this, you got to think it's a small window of commitment. If the NFL, because what's going to inevitably happen, we've seen this with other leagues and other opportunities. Some guys are going to bubble up. Somebody's going to jump off like, how did we miss him?
Right.
Whoa, where'd that kid come from? This guy got better. So those kids and young folks are not going to be restricted from being able to move forward. NFL comes a knocking. That's one of the opportunities that builds into it. So NFL is watching this league very well because, we think about the NFL being at a certain tier, but that's elite of elite of elite. There are some outstanding players, and the USFL football ops team has done a brilliant job of going out there and selecting from the thousands of kids that wanted this opportunity to say, nope, here's the right folks that we want. Here's what character looks like. Here's people that have a forward opportunity. This is going to be fun to watch. This is going to be fun to be a part of. And again, 6:30 p.m. from Protective Stadium, Birmingham, Alabama. It all starts now.
Yeah, y'all are like the Group 5 portal for.
That's right.
For the big teams.
That would be the best thing for the league, really.
That's right.
If you start pumping guys to the NFL, it legitimizes the league immediately.
No, it really does. And again, I don't want to say any names. So I don't want to put guys. I don't want to make the landmine predictions. But
I'll go ahead and do it. Jordan Tiamu will be the league MVP, and he'll be on the Falcons roster next year. Falcons roster this upcoming season. He'll be QB2 in Atlanta.
I hate to co-sign, but I'm only go so far. I'm only going to go so far, but I will say that Jordan's personality, attitude is only matched by his athleticism. He was out there at one of the skills clinics we did at Legion Field with a lot of the local kids. That thing comes off of his arm. I mean, this guy can make a football do things, and he's a heady guy. I mean, players want to play with him. So he's definitely going to be one to watch. Shea Patterson strong. There's a lot of under-the-radar guys that I think after this full weekend that on Monday you're going to be talking about some guys, and then we're going to have another exciting conversation talking about the following weekend because we'll have people to be able to pin it on as far as kind of pinning that tail on talent.
All right, so people are watching us, listening to us right now. They say, I either want to go to Saturday, Sunday. What's their best way to do that?
Sure. So where they can go right now is go to theusfl.com, see what tickets are available out there. There's still some out there. Again, this is me sitting in the seat on camera saying that there aren't a ton of opportunities left, but please go there and grab your tickets. It's Saturday, again, 6:30 p.m. It's general admission, which is the beauty of having a $10 ticket. Get there early to be able to grab the best seats for you and your family. Then turn around. Again, we're in the Deep South. We definitely recognize everything that happens on Sunday as well. But you got 3 opportunities. You got 11, 3, and 7. And one ticket, you can pick your own adventure, or you can stay the entire time on Sunday.
Sounds great. TheUSFL.com for tickets. TheUSFL.com. Perren, thank you, man. Good to see you again.
No, pleasure. Love what you guys are doing here. And,
thank you.
Be listening to Rockstar later on.
That's
Sunday.
right.
Thanks,
Right there in that seat. Right there in that seat.
And maybe between games coming soon in the USFL.
There's a tease for you.
By the way, if you're scoring at home earlier this week, -2.5, I have the Stallions in the opener against the Generals, a little state bet.
I do have the Generals +2.5.
Yeah, that was our first
Stallions still win the game by a point or two.
That was our first USFL stake bet here on the show earlier this week. All right. Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to call home in college, Montevallo is a great place to start looking. Montevallo.edu. 75 majors. You have 21 NCAA scholarship sports
fully funded there. New buildings going up, multi-million-dollar theater department, business department, communications department. Check it out online and get an in-person tour. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. That Nick Saban comment about a day that'll blow your mind next.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. Our show today being brought to you in part by our friends at Craneworks. We'll talk a little Alabama A-Day. Nick Saban's actually asking, for a big crowd tomorrow. He says, it's impressive. It's important for the guys for enthusiasm. And I don't know the early forecast for tomorrow or
rain.
what. Is it rain tomorrow?
Yeah. I really think it is, yeah. I'll tell you right now, Dunaway.
Old LT Titan over there.
I'm not trying to be like some dick. I'm just telling you that it's a 90% chance of rain tomorrow.
90% is big.
It's going to start at 1 a.m. and it is going to look like it's going to rain all day.
Now, I don't know anything about meteorology, but my daughter told me, what do you guys, when I say 90% chance of rain?
There's a 90% chance of rain. And it's not 90% you'll see rain. It's a 90% chance of rain in the area that you're forecasting.
90% of the area rain will hit.
That's two different things.
Yeah, 90% in the area that you're forecasting, not 90% that I see it.
But 90%
here's
of that area will be covered by rain.
To explain it simply, if 90% is projected in Birmingham and we've got just the outlying areas, everything might see rain but Vestavia.
Yeah, that would be the 10% that doesn't.
So you think that's what that means?
I think it is.
That's what I'm told it means, because I always thought the same thing as you, and I guess it's
we all looked at Forrester because he worked with Span.
I know Forrester did work with Span.
It's kind of the same, but specifically 90% of the area will have rain.
It is kind of the same. Anyway.
So you think it's a 90% coverage?
That's what I'm told that actually means.
So there is a chance in Tuscaloosa. Bryant Denny is that 10% that doesn't
That's right.
get
You
rain.
never know. I mean, if Nick Saban doesn't want it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it could be saying the same thing, that there's a 90% chance.
Yeah, those are kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
But you guys have been on that rain line before where you're like, you cross it driving. You're like, oh, my God, it was sunny here, and it is completely pouring there, and it's just a weird line.
Nobody is more optimistic that they're on the rain line than a guy that wants to play golf. And you're looking at it, you're like, no, man, look, I'm looking at it right here.
That's
it's just going to miss.
We've already played number 4. It's not going to rain on number 5.
It's just going to miss us.
Part of the show brought to you by Craneworks.
Craneworks and Rental Works. You've seen the Coach Wimp Sanderson identify some of that Rental Works equipment. You can see it for yourself at craneworks.com. Craneworks.com is where you go. All the DIY equipment you need, cement mixers, lifters, sod cutters, things like that. They've got it at Rental Works under the big dog, and you can see more at craneworks.com.
Okay, so Andy Staples earlier hinted that Billy Napier may be surfing the portal for receivers and running backs and other positions. Listen to what Nick Saban said after practice, talking about A-Day coming up, and tell me if you can pull something out of this, Brownie.
Look, I think, spring ball is a time where you're trying to develop your team. Obviously, we're going to have several guys that aren't going to play in the spring game, which could have a huge impact on, what kind of team we really have next year. But I think the biggest thing is to be able to see the experience and the growth of the players who are involved in the spring game. So it doesn't really matter. This is just a part of the process of what we're going through to develop our team. It may contribute to changes we feel like we have to make, whether it's schematically or personnel-wise. It may contribute to things that we want to do in the summer to strengthen an individual or an individual position, or give us an indication of where we may need to try to improve our personnel. So I think it's all of the above, but it's not. It's just the beginning. It's not the end point of where you are, or it's where you are and what you have to do to get where you want to go.
Improve our personnel.
Improve our personnel. That's the world we live in now. You can sit here and say, improve our personnel in college athletics. As you approach a spring game, you can say, we're going to play this spring game. Spring will be done. And, there's still, we may need to improve our personnel.
Well, they did last year.
Yep. Exactly at this point.
With just one player.
But does that bother anybody? It doesn't bother me. I think it's exciting that it is.
I think it is too.
It's almost like it's not trades like it is in the NFL.
I think there's multiple people that could bother. If you are some of these, smaller schools that are losing. If you're Vanderbilt, if you're Clark Lee, you lost your best offensive tackle.
Yeah.
So it bothers a guy like that. And then it bothers guys that are actually battling to be that tackle at Alabama.
Well, that's something I think Nick Saban, has done a pretty good job up to this point because he's only taken a handful of portal guys. Because Wimp hinted to this the other day in his interview with us, that you have to be careful because if you bring in a left tackle, then you're sending some message, or a right tackle, you're sending some message to that tackle room or the offensive line room that you're now another step below somebody, right? You're not as close to the playing time as you thought you were, and that could have some outflow from that room there. So you have to manage that a little bit with the people you bring in, the people you send out. So you have to finagle that a little bit, massage it a little bit.
Yeah, it does sound weird, though, to hear him say, we got to develop this and find places where we might need to improve personnel. I mean, it is late season free agency. I mean, you don't even see free agency that close to kickoff in the NFL, right? I mean, free agency in the NFL is done.
It's done before the draft.
It's done before even the draft, really.
You wonder if there's some of this to it. Some guys don't like going to camp in the NFL. And they hold out. Yeah. You wonder if some of these transfer portals don't want to do spring.
Yeah, I don't want to go through that mess.
Look, and they're veterans. They're 3-4 year guys, and they know that they can play. And fall camp's going to be enough for them.
Like JT Daniels, he set out spring at Georgia, right?
Right.
And
he had to get his academics right.
I know that, but I'm saying he didn't have to do spring practice at Georgia. He won't have to do it at West Virginia, and he'll come in as the favorite to win that job. And he got to skip spring practice, which most veterans absolutely despise spring practice. They hate it because it's all the work, all the conditioning, with really nothing on the line, right?
Yep. So I think you see more guys probably. I think that's one of the reasons.
It's all the work and no hot co-eds in row one of the student section watching and cheering me on as we sit out there and bust our tail. All right, top of the hour here. When we come back, LT asked an interesting question of Andy Staples. We'll pull out the dry erase board and we'll give our answers on a question off of that. So hang with us there. We'll continue the college football conversation. You can be a part of it as well. Call us up, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. That'll get you on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. The show is being brought to you in part by our friends at Odie's. Looking forward to another day of great food and live music at Odie's.
Yeah, live music every Friday and Saturday. It's a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible lunches and dinners, award-winning wings, burgers, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get into Odie's for lunch or dinner. Enjoy the ice-cold beer buckets inside or outside on that patio. Go see Will Haver and the great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, halfway through the show, always hour 3 since we started, brought to you by our friends at Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Rockstar, if I asked you your favorite thing that you've eaten from Champy's so far, Sterling down there, you did not participate in the hot wing challenge. What have you enjoyed the most?
Oh, the chicken fingers, man. That's the best thing in the world.
How big are those chicken fingers?
They're not chicken. They're probably like chicken legs almost. Chicken arms. They're really good. The dipping sauce.
Dipping sauces and everything. Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Get some today for lunch, dinner, take it home. If you're heading to Tuscaloosa tomorrow to enjoy that 10% of sunshine over there tomorrow at Bryant-Denny Stadium for Alabama A-Day, they make you win your tailgate too. ChampysChicken.com, world-famous fried chicken, the Mississippi Delta tamale, chicken on a stick, and those unbelievable fingers that Rockstar is talking about right there, ChampysChicken.com. And just a slew of things to watch on television this weekend. I mentioned the USFL games. Remember, you got the NASCAR race. We talked to Joey Logano earlier this week. He won the dirt race at Bristol last year. They're on the dirt at Bristol in prime time on Fox on Saturday night. So don't forget that. And we got the NBA playoffs, the main part, the real parts of the playoffs that start Saturday and Sunday as well, including the Nuggets and the Warriors who have a first-round series, and the Nets and Celtics who have a first-round series. Those are two pretty darn good series. Right there.
And right now, Steph should be back and healthy, and obviously Durant's healthy. So NBA playoffs should be fascinating.
It should be really interesting as they get started in full force Saturday and Sunday with quadruple headers after the final play-in games for the 8 seeds.
which happened tonight. Let's do the rest of your headlines. It's brought to you by our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale right there on Highway 31 in Pelham and the Pelham Parkway.
Yeah, do me a favor. If you're in the car buying market this weekend, stop in to Exclusive Auto Wholesale located right there, Pelham Parkway, and tell Drew Shields, Jason, all those guys the Next Round sent you. They're obsessed with making sure every client feels like a lifelong friend. The experience, it is second to none. And Exclusive Auto Wholesale makes it easy on the customer. At Exclusive Auto Wholesale, no more waiting around 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team know that everyone's time matters. They work efficiently to make sure every customer is 100% satisfied. To view EAW's inventory and great 5-star reviews, go to EAWcars.net. They can put you in any car you want. I'm in that 2021 Ford Bronco, the Badlands Edition right now. It is awesome. 1,500 miles on that. If you want it, you can have it. But stop by, see that incredible showroom located 2630 Pelham Parkway. It is Exclusive Auto Wholesale.
A couple of 4-star commitments in the SEC. 4-star safety Ryan Yates picks LSU. He's from the state of Texas. So Brian Kelly flexing that recruiting muscle there. 4-star defensive lineman from down in Eufaula, and I'm probably going to butcher this name for us, Yanze Pierre from Eufaula. He commits to Alabama over Georgia and Auburn. He did that yesterday. Bryce Young, Alabama's quarterback, going into A-Day tomorrow, talking about how confident he is in that wide receiver room that a lot of people have not been overwhelmed with yet. But listen to BY.
How confident are you in the targets you have returning?
Yeah, I'm super confident. Again, spring is a time where you get that time and you get that chemistry down. And again, I've been super lucky to have this group that are guys that just want to work, want to get after it. You know, we make mistakes. No one's perfect. And again, spring ball is a time to kind of iron out the kinks. But you know, after every practice, after every rep, we're always talking, we're always communicating, we're always working to get on the same page. And it's similar with us when, you know, there's something we don't connect on. We'll watch it on film. We come back the next day, and then we make that stride. We come back and connect, and that's something that, you know, are kind of those little wins that, you know, we all kind of have to take, and that's kind of what spring's all about. So I have all the confidence in all the guys in the receiving corps, and, you know, I'm super happy to keep working and keep developing with them.
A-Day tomorrow afternoon over at Bryant-Denny Stadium. By the way, you heard Andy Staples talk about Florida. Probably going to hit the portal here after their spring game last night. I just played you last segment, Nick Saban talking about a chance to maybe improve their roster after spring practice is over with. Tennessee's Josh Heupel also this week getting a chance to chime in on how the portal could be working for old Big Orange. Here's Josh.
What specifically, looking into the portal, will you look for in terms of how much guys can contribute or starters or in the rotation?
Yeah, you just take a look at your roster, where you're at, what are some needs that you absolutely have to patch, and you know, starters, it's depth, it's competition at the position, it's all those things. So in today's landscape, it's so different than it used to be. You know, you got a 365-day cycle essentially to kind of evaluate your roster and try to help it out.
Man, it's still hard to believe that guy was the runner-up to winning the Heisman Trophy. I mean, if you put him in the new series of the new season of Pawn Stars behind the counter,
best I can do is $1.50.
The best I could do is $1.50.
I got to make money too, man.
But does he not look like a guy that would negotiate it?
Yeah,
he really does. I was laughing at the question because I'll never forget. I think it was an Oklahoma press conference or Texas, and we played. He played the question. The guy said it like he was straight out of the wheat fields. What do you think's coming?
What in tarnation you gonna be doing?
Listen,
the
do the
quarterback?
question again, and listen. It's almost that guy. It's almost Rockstar's guy asking the question.
You're specifically looking into the portal, will you look for in terms of how much guys can contribute or starters or in the rotation?
Yeah, you just take a look at your roster.
I mean, far be it from us to make fun of anybody's Southern accent, but.
Are you a John Deere man? Oh, hell.
Are you a John Deere man? Massey Ferguson.
Hey, do we have that pullover coming to the store?
I do like that.
Yeah, I knew you would.
Is that a?
I don't like gray with the
no,
Tennessee
I was going to say. Are the no? Is that gray? Is that a short sleeve?
No, I think it's attached.
I don't
the
like
hood.
that.
Well, there
Just
is.
go all white.
No, see, the hood has got the gray on the back.
Too.
Yeah, you're right, because there is a trend of that out there with Nike now, because Fanatics has it for every Major League Baseball team. with a connection
multicolor?
like that, multicolor connection like
Yeah,
that.
but why would it? I guess you've got to have some. I mean, orange would be too much, I guess.
Yeah,
right.
See, I like that full white. If it went full white, that's a good looking.
Well,
pullover.
I think it's an undershirt because you can see the huge orange tee under.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I do see the orange tee underneath.
I don't think it is though, because look at the hood.
Hit play again, Rockstar, and see if he moves enough to see is there a shirt he's wearing under there. Yeah, see, he's got a gray shirt under it. It looks like. I don't know. It's a good question.
So
what the hell are you wearing under that garment?
Is the background black or is that gray?
That's
black.
That's black.
Okay,
but it's a video screen.
Right.
Yeah. Unlike the bricks at Auburn basketball.
Yeah, I borrowed that shirt.
You know, Coach always got to have. He's got to be flanked by Coca-Colas.
You got one, Coach?
Is it one of them cold? No, hot. Loves them hot. Absolutely no sweat.
Oh, I bet he sweats. I bet he sweats just going through the drive-through at the bank.
Was Alabama the first to do the product placement? The product placement on the coach's podium?
Probably not. I don't know. Maybe so. Everybody does it now, though.
Yeah, it seems like everybody's propping up Cokes and
Wait.
Pepsis and waters that
What
never
are you
get
talking
that
about?
never get
Who
drank
would
anymore.
ever do such?
Yeah. All right. Legion FC in action, road game tonight, Detroit. If you want to watch it, Detroit City. You can watch it on ESPN Deportes tonight. Next home game. It's coming up April 27th. You can get your tickets, bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com. Next week, Birmingham Southern on the 19th for the third round of the USL Cup, the 107th playing of the USL Cup, and Birmingham trying to move on in advance. You get your tickets for that as well at bhmlegion.com. All right, before we get to our four downs later in the show, right now I want to get into a discussion right here about something LT asked Andy Staples, and we've got the dry erase boards out here, LT.
All right.
And I'm gonna ask three questions here, one at a time, and we'll write our answer down. And I got to give you the eraser here. There we go. You asked Andy, next team in the state of Florida to make the college football playoffs, or how'd you phrase your question about Florida?
No, I said who is going to be in 3 years, who will be the alpha in the state of Florida?
Okay, let's do it. In 3 years, who is the alpha in the state of Florida? You write your answers there as well. Whoever locks in first, go ahead.
Bing, Florida. Okay. I'm going to go with the Gators.
So in 3 years, you think the Gators are going to be the alpha?
I do. Uh-huh.
Yep.
I'm going to agree with Brown just because I think it is an overall better program. I know that Miami might have the easier path, but I'm going to say the Florida Gators as well.
You know me, easy peasy. I'm going to take Miami and the Florida Gators here. I think they will be ahead of all the other Florida programs in 3 years. So ask that question again. This time use the state of Texas.
In 3 years, who will be the alpha in the state of Texas?
Ooh,
this one is a little bit more difficult. Yeah.
Tougher question, right?
Well, it is tougher. I mean, you got a lot more schools there for one thing.
But there's really
play
only
on a higher
two you're
level
going to consider, right?
I mean, Baylor just won the Big 12 championship.
TCU and Sonny Dykes.
I mean, hey,
Houston.
No, answer this question. Who's had the better last decade, Baylor or any other school in the state of Texas?
Probably Baylor.
Yeah. I don't know if they'll ever be an alpha, but they've had the best last decade.
This is uncomfortable for LT because he's thinking hard of how he doesn't write.
I went A&M. Ding. I mean, I don't feel great about this answer, but I don't have a ton of faith in Sark. And I'll say again, even though Baylor just won the Big 12, and even though Baylor probably has had the best last decade of any team in the state, I don't know what they could do to literally be considered the alpha.
You were just doing that out of spite.
I'm not doing it out of spite. Here's the
about arguing with me.
No, here's the reason I think this. So you couldn't get a straight answer from Andy on when you're going to have the transition of Texas and Oklahoma to the SEC.
Right.
But once they go to the SEC, the Big 12 is going to be wide open. And I think the best program probably in the Big 12 is going to be Baylor or Oklahoma State. So I think Baylor will have opportunities there. So this is your easy path with Miami. I'm going to take the easier path with Baylor.
I got another state, but go ahead.
Okay, well, do another state, and then we'll do mine last.
Oklahoma. State of Oklahoma. Brent Venables taking over Oklahoma State just in the Big 12 championship.
So in 3 years, who the alpha is going to be?
I think that is easy.
I want Oklahoma State.
I'm going to go Oklahoma.
You're going to do Alabama next, Brown? I went Oklahoma.
Oh, I mean, you guys act as if Brent Venables is just going to come in and keep winning games. All Mike Gundy has done is...
I'm just going program there. I don't think Venables is going to be bad. I know.
Okay, here's I think a tougher question.
the next Pac-12 team that makes the college football playoffs. Next Pac-12 team that makes the college football playoffs. LT?
They should have in 2020. Oh, they had a one-game situation to do it. They were close last year. I think they do it this year. I think Utah is in the college football playoff this year.
So you think Utah's in? For me, next one to go is going to be the Oregon Ducks.
Boy, you believe in Dan Lanning.
I believe and Mario Cristobal.
I believe in
Miami.
I believe in Dan Lanning.
I
yes.
hope you're right.
I went USC.
You're just trying to win over LTs. All you're trying to do.
I'm just going to go with Lincoln Riley, who knows his way to the playoffs.
He really does.
He can't advance when he gets there, but he knows how to get there.
Quick answers there with the dry erase board. Time now, Rockstar, for our 3 and Out today. Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Vulcan Tire and Automotive got 4 great locations. You can get them all over town, whether it's in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trussville. All over the place right there. It's Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Yeah, anything you need for you and the family, bumper to bumper, from the wheel alignment, the tires, and more. Brake pads, they can do it for you and the family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, I know we all laugh about the FBI, but if we're going by that, which team in the top 10 would be the biggest surprise to end up in the top 10 at the end of the season? Auburn, Pittsburgh, or Texas?
To be the biggest surprise?
Yep.
For me, it's Auburn. I think Brian Harsin, his roster is not top 10 yet. I don't think he has a top 10 type quarterback yet.
I don't know that Texas does.
Well, I mean,
they could with the Quinn Ewers guy.
Yeah.
They could.
To all fairness, though, in a lesser league, Auburn at least went. In a tougher league, Auburn went to a bowl game. A lesser league, Texas was 5-7
and lost to Kansas.
Yeah.
Auburn, you didn't see Auburn losing to Vanderbilt.
Yeah, that's a great point. But I'm going to stick with Auburn. You're going who?
I think I would go Auburn as well, just because of the difficulty of the schedule they're going to play. Again, in all these quarterback situations, Auburn is unknown. Texas is either Hudson Card or Quinn Ewers. I don't know what the best option is there. I'm not 100% sold Keaton Slovis just goes in and tears it up at Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but, Pittsburgh, again, being 10-2 in the ACC, somehow winning that division again, it could happen. Texas going 10-2 in the Big 12, it could happen. If Auburn went 10-2 in the SEC and had a top 10 finish,
Brian Harson's your coach of the national coach of the year.
Yeah. That'd be the ultimate FU from Brian Harsin.
No, he could. He could double bird the entire, Yellowwood box.
But it would surprise me the most.
Second down.
Okay, which team 15 or lower has the best chance of getting to a 14 playoff? I just answered mine. Utah was 15. But I go Utah or NC State at 26.
I probably would go Utah because, I'm like a lot of America. What I saw from Cam Rising at quarterback was impressive. And I think in modern day football, quarterback drives the boat so much, and they do have that home field advantage. And Whittingham is not like a lot of coaches that doesn't believe in defense. When Utah is good, their defense is usually pretty darn good too.
Let me try to sell you though, Brown. So NC State beat Clemson last year. Devin Leary's coming back. You can make the argument he is the best quarterback coming back in the ACC, along with Tyler Van Dyke. 14 of their top 15 tacklers are coming back. 4 offensive linemen are coming back. NC State's going to be good next year.
They're going to be good, but let me ask you the question this way. I think, and fill in the blank here, I think NC State could win the ACC, but I'm really worried that they can beat.
I'm worried if they can beat Clemson.
Okay.
I'm worried.
I think Utah.
Technically, I'm worried if they can beat.
I think Utah can win the Pac-12, but I'm really worried whether or not they can beat.
There are games.
There's nobody there.
There are games they could lose, obviously,
but there's nobody that you just jump out. Clemson is the obvious one in the ACC, and that's why people will hesitate to go NC State because of that sentence I just did right there. In the back of your mind, you're like, there's still NC State and there's still Clemson.
Yeah, but
until I see a lot of evidence that tells me differently.
When North Carolina and NC State play, I'm not.
No, you're not. But you do.
I believe North Carolina could win that game.
They could. They could, and I think North Carolina. Who won that game last year? It was a crazy, and it was NC State, right? Came back out of nowhere and beat North Carolina. But my point is, there's always that Clemson thing hanging out. You don't have that in the Pac-12. Doesn't mean they're going to go undefeated, but it is not there.
Yeah. All right.
Third down.
Who gets back to the playoffs first? Baker Mayfield as a starting quarterback or Notre Dame?
Ooh. I'm going to go
Notre Dame.
I'm going to go Notre Dame just because it's so. I mean, once you have you have a job, then you don't have a job anymore. I think it's hard to get a job with a good team again. You know what I mean?
I don't know where Baker Mayfield's going to be the starting quarterback.
Right.
I mean, that's A.
Because his best chance of being on the best roster was just now in Cleveland.
Yep.
Yeah, and his second best chance is probably Seattle, and they're the worst team in the NFC West.
So if whatever job he gets now is going to be on a team
downgrade.
that is desperately looking for a quarterback.
Crazy to say it's a downgrade from Cleveland, though. Yeah.
But it's nobody who's got a playoff roster that all they need is a quarterback.
That's right.
I don't think that team is still out there.
Yeah. So I think with all that being said, I would have to go Notre Dame.
But am I wrong?
Notre Dame's fairly, what they've been to the playoff twice in the last 8 years. Am I right about that?
Am I wrong?
Twice in the last 4 years.
That I would rather have, if I was the New Orleans Saints, I'd rather have Baker Mayfield healthy than I would Jameson Winston.
No, you're not wrong. I mean, look, Baker's actually started a playoff game.
I'd rather have healthy Baker Mayfield in Atlanta than I would Marcus Mariota.
Yeah,
I would.
So
I don't disagree with either one of those.
I mean, either one of those situations. I mean, if Baker Mayfield was the starting quarterback of the Saints, that roster is good enough that could be a playoff team.
Yeah, I would agree.
That could be a playoff team.
4th down.
Seth Rogen is 40 today.
Surprising that he's only 40 to me.
Yeah, a little bit. He's been around a long time.
He's got that old face. His first movie was 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Yeah, probably smoking a lot of weed.
He smokes weed?
That makes you not age?
No, I just think I think smoking in general makes you age a little bit. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, he does look old.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And he's been around doing things for a long time. 40-Year-Old Virgin came out in mid-2000s.
It was 2006.
Yeah.
And now he really is 40.
But I've asked you, ultimately, the better career, Seth Rogen or Lamar Jackson? Big year for Lamar Jackson, by the way.
This is going to be a very quick knee-jerk reaction. Lamar Jackson, who won a Heisman Trophy at Louisville and was an MVP in the NFL.
Yeah, he's won a Heisman and MVP. It's hard to say Rogan's had a better career.
So, by the way, Brown, what's happening at the RBC Heritage Classic over here? Are they playing this in November?
It's like my neighbor's got the blower out.
It's a very windy day, Jim, and they got some leaf issues here.
Yeah, but I mean,
hey, Rocky, by the way, check Ricky Gervais, his Twitter account, and what he thinks about the leaf blower this morning.
Yeah, a lot of leaves coming off the tree.
Ricky has a bit of a. He did have a Will Smith opinion.
A little anger problem.
Like yeah.
Well, I mean,
I love Ricky.
Is there a tree that's dead?
Oh my gosh!
Well, I just think there's a lot of wind. If you'll look, it's a
That
quite
looked like
windy
there
day.
was rain coming through too.
That was sand.
Sand.
It was blowing. Yeah, a lot of wind coming off the Calabogie Sound there, Jim. So you got leaves everywhere.
But back to your question, LT. With all that said, I'm going to say Lamar Jackson, though I did enjoy his starring role in where's the movie that he goes out on the bar.
Keep going.
He's at a bar. He's dancing. He's very ugly, but the good-looking girl, the blonde girl who was in Grey's Anatomy, they hook up. She gets pregnant.
Knocked up.
They end up getting a really unique relationship. And she goes over to his house. She goes over to his house. He's living with like 17 dudes. The pool's doesn't have water in it, and they're just watching video games. Their business was to watch movies.
Skin. What was it called? Yeah, they would
watch
let you know
movies.
exactly. They had an app, or they were creating something like an app where they would let you know exactly the point in a movie where you would see skin.
There's a guy named Mr. Skin that does it. Comes on the Stern Show, like he does the awards, the Mr. Skin Awards, the exact part of a movie to pause.
Yeah, like he would say, they would watch a movie. They'd watch a movie and they'd be like, at 42 minutes and 17 seconds, Jennifer Aniston's butt is on television.
Yeah, I think this was probably before Pornhub.
What's that?
Never heard of it.
Yeah, just something out there.
Yeah, but I like a couple of his movies he was in. He's also in that one that we talk about all the time. That's the end of the world, and
love this.
They walk outside and there's alien monsters and
called The End.
volcanoes. What's it called?
This is the end.
This is the end. Which has got one of the best
end scenes.
Yeah, ever.
Hey, what's the one he's with? He has that guy that's like 40-year-old. He's a virgin. He hadn't had sex before. That was good. And he's one where he's with that girl that he's knocked up.
No, what about the one where he's got a wife and they've got these neighbors that are fraternity kids?
Oh yeah, I like that one too.
They made a sequel about the neighbors, the two of them again.
Yeah, and that's got the Zach guy in it. Yeah.
The Zach guy.
Jay Price says next thing Dunaway's going to say, you know the one where Seth Rogen's a stoner in a movie.
Didn't you take a picture of Zac Efron to your trainer and say, hey, this is what I want to look like in 6 weeks?
No, too bulky. I want a swimmer or a soccer body.
That's our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire.
Again, 4 great locations for you and the family. For more information, stop by or just go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Yeah, and part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at NASCAR. We'll do trash when we come back. And Brownie, I say in the segment after trash, we put the names on the wheel and give away some tickets.
We're going to spin that old wheel?
Yeah,
all right.
We'll spin the
wheel.
wheel.
No money on it this time, just tickets.
Yeah.
877-GO-2-DEGA is where you buy your tickets, 877-GO-2-DEGA. Or go to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. See everything about the race this weekend, including that immersive garage experience, the very best in NASCAR. It is April 24th, green flag, 2 o'clock, Geico 500. Talladega Superspeedway, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-2-DEGA.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
We're rolling towards trash here in just a second, but one thing you'll notice today is how good my man Lance's hair looks today. Look how thick that is. Dark on top, looking good today, man. Hats off to Dr. B. I take my hat off, but it's not working for me. Dr. B said it's too late for me here, but looks good for you today,
Hey,
Dr.
we
B.
are working on it. Again, I did a little treatment from the couch last night, as you know, over the past year. Noticed a little hair loss. I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy I needed to call. Set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing. They determined the best course of treatment for me. They'll do the exact same for you. We recently got the results. Dr. Beckenstein and I had that virtual meeting a couple of weeks ago, went over the options. We chose that non-invasive laser treatment. It's going to help increase the thickness and health of my hair. I'm excited to see the results in the next few months. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying that expertise to produce quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the Next Round sent you.
I'm not sure Pauly Shore could run his little hands through your hair anymore. It's so thick up there today.
He's tripling down.
No. That was the little hands were Rob Schneider.
Rob Schneider, that's right.
Now, Pauly Shore, though, was the one that was very interested in Lance.
Very.
Yeah, he almost jumped in your chair with you in studio that day.
Pauly Shore.
Yep.
We haven't heard a Pauly Shore update in a while.
Dead or alive?
He's still alive.
He's alive.
We know if he's dead. I mean, he had a better career than Gilbert Gottfried, right?
I think Pauly
more
Shore.
known, yeah.
Boy, I don't know. I bet you Gilbert Gottfried's more respected in his craft. Oh no, that's a tough one.
Yeah,
Tough call.
really quick, Brown. Don't pay attention to this. I got to run through some other stuff real quick. Alabama softball a winner last night, 2-1. They beat Mississippi State. They play at 6:00 tonight. Megan Bloodsworth with the solo homer, the difference Montana Fouts, who will be back on the show Monday with us. 11 strikeouts. She has 11 games with double-figure strikeouts now. Number 25, Alabama at number 1, Tennessee tonight, 5:30. Number 17, Auburn, a loser in the bottom of the ninth to Mississippi State, the defending national champs, last night over in Starkville. And Suni Lee of Auburn wins the national championship as an individual on the beam, and also that does so well that Auburn scores so well, they moved from the Elite Eight to the National Championship of Gymnastics Saturday, 12 noon on ABC Live. It is Auburn, Florida, Oklahoma, and Utah for the national championship. Those are your headlines away from sports. It is time for Trash with LT.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by
What?
Mortgage Right.
What's the reason?
Mortgages done the right way.
What's that from?
It was a UFC fight. He took his britches off. And Rogan just said, "Why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot."
Okay.
I understand.
Okay.
Moving right
No
along.
follow-up needed. Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big and go home by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
So have you guys heard of Fantasy Fest down in Key West?
I have not.
But sounds interesting.
I've heard it's a lot of fun, a little weird, but no nudity, no fantasy zone, fines for inappropriate body painting, family hours during which inappropriate costumes are prohibited, more widespread economic benefits to businesses island-wide, increase the focus on culture, history, and natural resources of Key West. This is what Key West is saying is coming to Fantasy Fest.
Okay, so they're trying to make it more mainstream, if you will.
City leaders decided at a December 21st leadership retreat, they want to, quote, transform the event into a positive, clean festival enjoyed by both residents and visitors.
Well, there's a lot going on in the photo Rockstar is showing us there.
So what was it before? What is it now?
Did you bring your camera? Yeah, I got it.
That's exactly the dude I was looking at. I mean, what is that contraption?
That's
like an apparatus.
It's like caveman meets leather.
Yeah, you could hang him from that, right?
Yeah. But you're right, Natalie. What was it before that?
Yeah, I mean, they've got all these guidelines now. It sounds like it was hedonism.
Yeah.
And you got a priest right here.
Yeah. So what about behind the priest? Is there like a skeleton playing a flute?
We're coming to get you.
Oh my gosh, there's so much of that picture.
They went on to say, as for nudity is illegal. We always emphasize creative costuming. As usual, it boils down to enforcement. Now, yeah, they said they just want more of a family atmosphere there. I don't think they're going to get it.
I mean, what the hell is this?
Scarecrow.
That's a scarecrow?
No, that's a pirate. And you got a couple more pirates leaned on the Chevy truck back there in the back.
That's Janis Joplin.
This guy's doing a really good tourist.
Yeah. And then you got a guy, look right next to the sign, a guy dressed as a mechanic. See the sign right there? Yes. He's got on a mechanic shirt. Either that or he was just changing oil. He's like, I'll go get in that parade.
Mash your brakes.
Wow. You turn them off now?
Well, there's a sailor in the middle, right? Behind...
Yeah, I see her.
Behind the dude with the sleeve. Yeah.
Hi, Moses. Oh, yeah, I see the sailor.
That's a young sea stew with the sleeves off.
Right next to Moses?
Is that Moses?
Yeah. I think. I don't know.
Look at the face. Is that Walls? No, okay.
Hey, how about this? Minnesota family has been dubbed the world's tallest family by the Guinness World Records.
Who?
Their entire family. What do you think?
The Taylors. I mean, does that help?
What do you think they average?
Oh my God.
It's a family of 5.
Holy crap.
Are you kidding me?
Well, the guy closest to us on the photo.
That's an 8-foot ceiling.
I guarantee you he's a good 6'10".
No, if that's an 8-foot, that's not an 8-foot ceiling.
That's an 8-foot ceiling.
That's a 16-foot ceiling.
That's an 8-foot ceiling?
Yeah, most traditional ceilings in houses like that are 8
Then
feet.
he's 7'6".
Oh, he can't be 7'6".
7'6".
Nah, I bet he's 6'10".
Okay,
7'6", 6'11", 6'10".
What do you think they average out to claim the Guinness World Record?
I would say average is
world's tallest man?
6'8".
No, I mean, I'm going to say the average is 6'10".
Brown is dead on. It's 6'8". 6'8" with a little at the back. 6.803 inches. Now, the record-keeping organization said the Trapp family of Esco, Minnesota, was officially dubbed the world's tallest family. The parents, Scott, 6'8", Chrissy, 6'3". They passed their vertical gifts down to their kids. Savannah, who's 6'8", Molly, who's 6'6", and Adam, 7'3".
7'3", Adam.
Good
Okay, here's
grief.
the question. Does any of them play basketball?
All 3 of the Trapp children active in sports were recruited for colleges to play basketball and volleyball.
Do you know how uncoordinated you'd have to be to not dominate high school football at 7'3"? Now, college would be a different story.
High school
in the NBA.
basketball, you mean?
Yeah, what'd I say?
He said football.
Oh, high school. Well, I mean, high school basketball, though, at 7'3".
I mean, but he's a pretty thick boy. Can we not get him to block field goals and extra points?
I mean,
why did they not do that? That's the old sumo and the goal.
Yeah, really.
Goal for hockey. Why do we not get the 7'3" guy to block field goals?
That's George Mearson's body with Will Lockamy's head.
Shout out to Will, man. I love Will.
Okay.
Which one's the old lady Rockstar?
Far left.
No.
That's the mom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then this daughter who has the mismatched socks.
Yeah.
They're taking our picture today?
And that other daughter, man, is skinny as a snake.
Yeah, she really is.
She's the 6'6" one?
I don't know.
Oh, Dad's got some long arms. Look how long the dad's arms are. Because he's got his right arm's hanging down.
He's not fully participating in the exercise.
You could put the TNR ring on that girl's arm, though.
Yeah, you could.
Hey, no lie. We have our ceilings in our townhome is higher than we have. And idiots, we sold our ladders when we sold our house.
What? You sold your ladders?
we didn't think we were going to need them.
Look, I got one behind me. It's only been here since July.
We were going to rent, and I didn't have a yard, so we didn't think we'd need the ladders. So we sold them, basically gave them away.
Where did you sell them? You just left them in the garage?
We basically gave them away.
Okay.
So now
I got 2 ladders.
We had to change a light bulb on this ceiling that is taller than what we normally have. All I have is this 2-step thing in our house now, and I climb up, and I'm under 6 feet. So I'm on top. I'm on top of the second step, and I reach up, and I'm still a good 1.5 feet away from this light. I'm like,
"Do I have it, Maggie?
What are we gonna do?"
Did you put Maggie on your shoulders?
We need this family to come change light bulbs in my house.
Yeah, they'd be good at it.
Take the veil off and get on my shoulders.
These guys don't have a step anything in their house. They can just clean anything.
I love you selling your ladders.
So this one out of Greenville, South Carolina. Police are investigating after multiple people were hit in the face with plates of whipped cream.
That's awful.
According to the police department, officers were called to an assault around 2:30 p.m. Officers said a woman was walking on the sidewalk, pushing her child in a stroller, when a man hit her in the face with a plate of whipped cream.
Funny on TV in the 60s.
That's right.
Not so funny now.
Investigators said there have been multiple instances of that happening on Wednesday, and that is the photo of showing the man they said is responsible. He doesn't look like he's too upset about it.
He's smiling at the security camera.
It's anticipation.
Yeah. That's a weird thing to do.
What happens when you end up with 124 exotic snakes inside of your house?
You probably get strangled.
I'm going to say, God, are any of them venomous? One of them ends up biting you.
You have to fight women off with a stick.
Probably so.
Yep. He ends up in a body bag. Maryland man found dead at his home alongside over 100 caged snakes. Died of what they call snake envenomation.
Yep.
Now, David Riston, according to the medical examiner's office, they said the death was ruled an accident. When he was discovered during a January 19th welfare check, authorities downplayed the possibility that he had been killed by one of the 124 snakes. Some of the snakes found kept in cages throughout the home were exotic and illegal. His snakes included rattlesnakes, cobras, black mambas, and a 14-foot-long python.
How much to spend the weekend there? They're all caged, but you got to spend the weekend there.
No. First off, what does it smell like? I mean,
it smells not good.
Which smells worse, his house or the breath of the golfer that Brown was telling us about yesterday?
I was watching him earlier, by the way. He's even par. That guy, he's been in the jungle for 5 years. He's even par on the tour.
Drinking his own urine?
Eating 800 grapes a day, and he's even par.
And I guarantee you, if he makes the cut sometime this weekend on CBS, he's going to pull out an energy drink that they have, the non-labeled, the one they mix themselves, and he's going to start drinking, and everybody's going to be like, that's a weird yellow color.
Yep, Morgan Hoffman.
Yeah. Is that an energy drink, or is he still drinking his number one?
He's going to win, and Jim Nance is going to say, Morgan Hoffman, you're in the winner's circle. Hello,
It's
Fritz.
great to be a champion.
Okay, I got some interesting tweets for you guys.
Right.
If 80s movies taught me anything, it's that anyone with a sweater tied around their neck is going to be a dick.
It's so true.
That's right.
Here's another.
Tim, have you ever worn that look in your life? Have you? I don't know what you haven't you? You were
Oh,
too
right.
quiet.
I
Of
mean,
course you did.
when I grew up, that was, you would wear that to a party
So
every now and
you
then.
wore a sweater tied around your neck.
Yes.
Will you wear it to a certain place we're going tonight?
I will not.
It's gonna be cool.
I'd
Brown, I'd pay money for a photo done away with a sweater tied around his neck.
I mean, my goodness, the hottest show on television was Prince of Bel-Air, so I wore one.
That was Carlton, right?
It was Carlton.
Here's another weird tweet. My mom has a podcast, but you can only hear it if you have the password to my voicemail.
Can leave long voice messages.
That is fantastic.
Hey, sweetie.
Here's
they got to
one.
identify. It's your mother. Oh, okay.
My funeral instructions: open casket, free tortilla chips upon entrance, and my dead hands hold the bowl of salsa.
Ooh.
That'd be uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
You're the salsa guy.
I do love salsa, man, but that'd be hard to
drip it on the corpse.
Yeah, I'd be afraid you had a little leakage into the bowl at some point.
How about this idea? How about a game show where a toddler has to choose between a check of $1 million
okay,
or a small basket filled with $10 of dollar store toys. And in the corner of the TV, you can see their parents locked in a soundproof booth, watching from a screen and screaming the entire time.
Please just speak it. That would be phenomenal. You're right.
Because those little toys to those eyes
I know.
are so intriguing. I would like that better.
What do I want a piece of paper for?
Yeah, I would like that better than that 2-year-old Japanese show.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Somebody sent us a video from that the other day. I watched it. Somebody tweeted us a video of that kid walking around holding that flag.
Yeah. He has a huge snot booger running down his nose, dragging the flowers.
I just cannot believe people watch that.
That is trash right there. Brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market, it is a game changer, and Mortgage Right is the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And of course, this hour of the show always brought to you by Champy's world famous fried chicken on a stick, the wonderful Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the chicken finger platter that Rockstar loves, great sides, fried chicken plates, po' boys that are delicious, both the shrimp po' boy, the chicken po' boy. I've had both of those. I think they have a catfish po' boy as well. Wonderful desserts, live music at times, brews, blues, and bird, brews, blues, and bird, all that stuff at champyschicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster open for lunch right now. When we come back, we're going to give away tickets to racing at Talladega. It is next on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. 476. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man in a Toolbox. One Man in a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. The first appearance inside the studio of the big Wheel of Fortune.
That's right.
Yep. We're going to spin a little bit later on for Talladega tickets, but part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. No need to spin the wheel on looking for a great gift for Mother's Day. You might as well go to Bromberg's.
Yeah, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. They've also got an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also go online, shop today, go to brombergs.com.
Jay Pear, who's listening to us out in the Big D, Dallas, I wish you guys had a pretentious Friday once a month. You'll give us one Friday show where it's constant backhanded compliments and passive aggressiveness.
I mean, do we not do that daily?
Yeah, I think that's
I feel like it's
5 days a week.
Yeah.
We've hit the red part of the gauge today, though. We've pinned the needle, if you will.
You know, it's Good Friday, too. I just can't believe we're doing this on Good Friday.
Wade said Seth Rogen started on Freaks and Geeks with James Franco.
Yep, a lot of guys in
and Jason Segel.
Jason Segel.
I can't believe
I
I
thought
know this.
Jonah Hill was on there too for a minute.
Was Sausage Party like his first big movie?
No, that was his first animated film that was very adult humor.
Yeah.
Linda Cardinelli, I think, was on there too. I never saw the show, but
never saw it. Was widely popular.
All right.
It lasted 1 year.
All right, so NASCAR coming to Talladega.
Yep.
Tell us about that, and then Brown's going to step around and spin the wheel. We've got 4 names on there, and we're going to spin the wheel until we get a winner.
We are. 877-GO-TO-DEGA. 877-GO-TO-DEGA is the number you call for Talladega Superspeedway tickets. The Geico 500 is coming Sunday, April 24th at the Talladega Superspeedway. And you can be there for it. The first time to see these next-gen cars on the high banks of Talladega, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com, 877-GO-TO-DEGA. We're about to give away a pair of tickets to the Saturday doubleheader and a pair to the Sunday race. All right?
All right. So I like that. Saturday and Sunday.
Yep.
Oh, you're not going to walk around and give it a good full spin?
I think I could spin it just as hard right
here.
No,
I want a full spin. I mean, give me a good spin.
That's right. I wasn't able to. I'm going to stop it.
Okay.
Oh, what's going on with that camera? All right, I'm going to stop it. That's not the actual spin. Hang on.
Okay. Give me a full spin. The way we do it in the game.
Poor Cody.
Deep purple.
When we're doing it in the mud. There we go. That's what I like. That's good TV right there. Look at that
noise it's making.
Oh, you should have it in the
knows that noise well.
They do it. That's what's the shocker of the time. How many times they gamble on this wheel, and Lance has never participated once.
Not one time.
That's what's crazy.
We never have told Lance.
I know.
He'll come in only $1.
Yeah.
Big winner here. Big weekend.
Yeah, that thing will get you dizzy watching it.
Spinning.
I think it's going to be
please land on
Preston.
bankrupt.
In living color.
I got my money on Preston.
No.
Which one is it?
That's Cody.
Cody.
I can't see the top.
Congratulations, Cody. You've won a pair of tickets to the Saturday doubleheader and a pair to the Sunday race. Next week, we're going to give away the garage experience as well. How about that? So we're going to do this all again next week. We'll spin the wheel again, but Cody is our winner this time.
I loved it. Our head of photography there didn't have the red part in the camera. We can see who actually won.
No, I just couldn't see it. I can't read the name.
You got a Corey with an E and a Corey with a Y?
Yeah.
You got a bankrupt? What would have we hit bankrupt?
We'd have to
Lose
spin
the
it
turn.
again. There you go. That's a great shot there. Thank you, Forrester.
Wow.
All right. So that's our winner there. And thanks
Backhand
again.
Friday.
Thanks again to our friends at NASCAR and the Talladega Super Speedway. Next week now, hey, don't be disappointed if you're, who won, Cody?
Yep.
Hill Cody. Cody won.
So don't be disappointed if you're Corey or Preston or Steve, you're going
to put them right back in the drawing.
You're still in the drawing
You're a giver.
next week for the grand prize, which is infield.
Yeah, Talladega Garage Experience.
Yeah, Talladega Garage Experience.
877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com for more. I wanted
Don't fret, little campers. There's still a chance for you to win big.
I wanted to mention that we're at the end of an era today. And this is going to be one of those where I don't think
I wasn't going to announce it to the final hour, but this is my last show. No, I'm kidding.
No. This is one of those where you'll never be able to shake the name because it's been there so long. Today, Syracuse has announced that they've negotiated a settlement with Carrier to terminate their lifetime naming rights. So if you don't know this story.
Lifetime naming rights.
Yeah, if you don't know the story, the Carrier family, which does air conditioning, obviously, donated, I think, $25 million towards the construction of what became known as the Carrier Dome. And this is back before naming rights even existed. And the people at Syracuse were like, God, if they're going to give $25 million, let them put their name on it. And the contract was negotiated for naming rights in perpetuity. I mean, we've always got it. So that has been a funding source that has gone untapped since that time for the Syracuse University. And there's been a strong push to try to get out of it, and Carrier has finally agreed to waive the lifetime naming rights. So
your product's so bad, we really don't care.
Undisclosed?
Nope. Local tech company. Oh, you mean for the amount?
The amount we're paying?
Yeah, I have no idea.
It's got to at least be $25 million, right?
I don't know. I mean, how much advertising did Carrier get out of that? Especially like back in the day when Syracuse was actually pretty good and stuff.
Yeah. But it was always the joke, like it's Carrier Dome, but there's no air conditioning.
That's right, yeah.
And they sold beer. They were the first to sell beer.
Yeah. Local tech company JMA Wireless is the Dome's new naming rights partner. Chances you ever call it the JMA Wireless Dome?
Zero.
It's always going to be a Carrier Dome.
But what am I going to call it, the Carrier Dome?
That's why if you're Carrier, you get out of this because you're like, everybody's always going to call it the Carrier Dome anyway. Why do I care?
But they got to put some pricing on it. You got to pay me some money back.
Probably so. Well, I don't know.
Wow,
I mean, $25 million.
Dome.
Yeah, Carrier Dome is no more.
You got a lot out of that.
You did. But you signed a contract that said it was forever.
Yeah,
before
you knew what that contract was worth, absolutely you did.
Do you think in the contract, the one they just signed to get out of it, that Carrier? You think the Carrier folks said it will never be called the Train Dome, though, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Right?
They're gonna draw the line somewhere. There's no doubt. By the way, I am told the new Coliseum in Tuscaloosa will have a name on it as well. I don't think that's a surprise, but it's going to be named right.
As far as naming rights, I don't know if there has ever been one that is more recognized than the Carrier Dome.
I don't
when you think
so.
about it.
No.
Exactly.
No, you're right.
Because it was the Carrier Dome from the get-go.
That's right.
I'm trying to think of anything that would come close.
I mean, it depends on how you consider Wrigley Field. Wrigley is obviously a product, but that was named after a family.
People that were freaking out about the Staples Center.
Yeah,
changing the name of it.
No, Staples is close.
Yeah.
Staples
and it still
close.
is there.
Because I still consider
But
it.
see, I never
in the
knew
Great Western Forum.
I never knew that was Great Western Insurance or bank,
insurance,
is whatever it was. I always thought it was called that because it was out in the Great West.
Yeah, me too.
I never knew that. And another one I never knew was Great American Ballpark. When it was first built, I didn't know Great American was, I think, their insurance as well.
I think they're finance department.
Finance, whatever they are. I just thought that's what Cincinnati called it because it's Great American Ballpark.
Yep, Madison Square Garden. I mean, I thought that was like...
I thought Madison Square was the place where it is located.
I thought so, too.
I have no idea. If so, that's the most iconic by far and away. Now, MSG became like a entertainment company, but that's
Right.
because of Madison Square Garden.
But I
think.
Staples is a good one because it's still Staples today, right?
No, it just changed. Remember, they
I don't know what it is, though.
They did all these tearful goodbyes, and I'm like, it's freaking Staples Center. I mean, how long has that been around?
Yeah.
It's been 15 plus years. 15
It's called
years.
Crypto.com Arena. From
It
last
is not.
Yes, it is.
That's a
100%.
good name, though. That does Crypto.com Arena.
It rolls right off the tongue.
That'll be there years from now. All right. Final hour of the show coming up. That includes Rockstar in the Next Round Lounge, a name that could change someday with the right price.
Crypto.com Rockstar in the Next Round Lounge.
All that rolls on in the final hour of the show today, which is brought to you in part by our friends right there at Nichols Outfitters. If you're getting outfitted for any of your outdoor needs, this guy will tell you about Nichols.
Hey, listen, they've got a great deal going on coming Father's Day, and you got to get that gift for good old dad, right? How about you purchase a Christensen Traverse rifle and you're entered into a contest to win a Christensen Arms Ranger 22 rifle right alongside it. If you've got an outdoorsman in your household, or if you are that outdoorsman, drop the hint to your family. This is the kind of thing that would bring a smile to their face on Father's Day. Purchase one classic Christensen rifle, enter another one to win. Now till Father's Day, Nichols Outfitters in Pelham.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Why is Culver such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day. Oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show today. Are we that late? Was that a long commercial break, or we go deep into the last hour?
Deep.
Did we go deep?
Yeah.
We went deep.
Did we go that deep? I don't think we did.
Yep.
Yeah. Final hour of the show. It's our happy hour here. As soon as I get my beer, LT's got where he's the only one that gets a beer and doesn't hand me one.
Yeah, we should get Lunsford to get it for you.
I don't know if you want one or not. So should I just, moving forward, do you want one?
Yeah, to start every 12 o'clock hour on Fridays.
Okay.
Yes, pre-orders right there. Put that in my queue, ready to go. Final hour, we got Rockstar in the Lounge coming up. Got to have a beer. No, give me a Bud Heavy Budweiser. Yes.
Hey, and get me a
poor guy.
Can I get a hoodie, a zip up or something?
You know, I'm usually the same. I usually get cold the same times you do, but
it's
not
62
today.
in here today.
It's not.
It's 62.
I have not been cold once today. Not once today.
Rocky, have you been in here today?
No, that office is steaming.
Yeah, which I go in there to thaw out. I've gone in there every break.
Yeah, it's a little steamy in here today, but I have not been in there today.
Lunsford, can you tell it's really cold in here? Yeah,
very cold. Wow.
Very cold.
It is. I told him it was about 62 degrees.
Yeah, I don't think it's 62. I don't think it's that bad.
Hey,
Feels great.
Happy hour.
Happy hour, yeah.
Yeah, right here.
You got me a Stella. You got you a Bud Heavy.
Bud Heavy.
Look at you.
You can't hide
You
calories.
got motivation earlier today.
That is a classic logo, though.
No, it really is.
Budweiser logo. I don't have leprosy. Can I touch the bottle? That's just a classic logo right there.
It is. And a classic beer.
Of all the beer logos, it's probably the most
It
classic.
really is. I mean, but like, you just wonder when they designed that.
That's worldwide, too.
I know. Like, when they designed that.
Did they think it was going to be?
Yeah, I did. I mean,
Rockstar, can
that's
you
a lot
pull
of pressure.
Other Budweiser, I mean, that's been the logo, I think, since day one.
Yeah, it's like Coca-Cola Classic.
Yeah, I don't think that they have morphed, too much into that. Bud Light's changed a lot.
It has. I saw watching an old football game on YouTube over the weekend, and an original Bud Light commercial. Their Bud Light has very 90s NASCAR bubbly look into what it is now.
And I think some of that has to do when you've got a traditional Bud Heavy drinker, they're just going to be loyal and they're not going to change up. And, maybe some of the light beer drinkers try to mix it up sometimes. Yeah, that's
the old
consistent.
Bud bow tie. It's been there for a long time.
Yeah.
I do like the one with the eagle coming out of the A that Rockstar just clicked on. That's a throwback.
Yeah.
My daughter got me a book of beers, like just the packaging, the cans from, throughout history. Mm-hmm. And it's really cool. It's a coffee table book.
Go back up middle of the page, up that Bud Light logo higher, right there to the middle. See, that's some of the stuff Bud Light has done over the years. That's one of their original ones. You remember that being on some NASCARs back in the day.
Budweiser Light. That must have been their first.
Very fancy.
Yeah. Budweiser. Don't
What
use
are y'all thinking about Blue Helvetica?
Hey, the far Bud Light looks a little natty light, doesn't it?
I'm in,
It
Carl.
does.
Let's do lunch. We're done for the day.
Oh, man. All right. Let's do the headlines here. It's brought to you by our friends at Champions Boxing. Champions Boxing is located right there at the corner of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. They are open now, and you are signing up at a record number, and we appreciate you guys getting into the latest craze in fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of boxing. They'll help you reach your fitness goals. You can call up Champions Boxing and the trainers there. Great guys here, 205-358-8176, 358-8176, or just stop by and check out the facility there, the corner of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion. This is a mental and physical training session that you'll get. It trains the mind as well as the body for ages 7 and up. 6 USA Boxing certified training. It improves the self-confidence and discipline in your life, keeps you active, and we always remind you it's not a fight club. It's a place you train your mind and body, but you don't actually get in and spar with people. Facebook page is open as well. You can check them out there. Champions Boxing AL. Champions Boxing AL, right there at the corner of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. It is our friends at Champions Boxing. Braves get blasted last night by the Padres, 12-1. Joe Musgrove, when he pitched last night, only gave up 4 hits in that one. Manny Machado had a home run and 5 hits for the Padres. But in that game, Musgrove was really nervous, he said. Sold out Petco, 44,000 plus there. Home opener starter for him. He has a little iconic asterisk by his name in Padre history. You know what it is?
He was the first Padre to throw a no-hitter almost a year ago today.
Yeah, first Padre ever. And is that the last franchise with one, or is there still a couple others?
I know it was the Padres and the Mets, but I think the Mets finally got one. I think everybody's got a no-hitter, I think.
Tampa Bay has been no-hit. Do we have somebody who's thrown a no-hitter? Off the top of my head, I can't think of one. But the Padres had gone a long, long time. They may have been the last one to actually throw a no-hitter there. Yankees win last night as well. But the biggest scene in baseball was what the Dodger fans did to Freddie Freeman. He gets a ground rule double at second base. The crowd is chanting, Freddie, Freddie, and going so crazy, cheering for him in that home game that he actually has to acknowledge the crowd while standing at second base, takes his helmet off, taps his heart over his jersey there. And Dave Roberts said it's hard to remember, he says, of a crowd support for a new player at Dodger Stadium like they saw last night.
I would say it was, weird. I don't know if that's the word I'm looking for. I don't know. It was just unexpected. That's the word I'm looking for. It's unexpected.
They were cussing his name in October.
Yeah, unexpected that he resonated that quickly with that crowd.
Well, I think they just appreciate Freddie Freeman and what he's been in baseball over the last decade. And he's a local guy.
Alabama softball won last night. Alabama baseball at number 1 Tennessee tonight. So it's 25 versus number 1, top 25 matchup, 5:30 for that one. Auburn baseball, number 17 in the country. Lose a late lead in the bottom of the ninth. They play Mississippi State again tonight over in Starkville, the defending national champs. And Auburn gymnastics make it out of the Elite Eight. They're in the Final Four. They will tumble for a national championship on Saturday, 12 noon ABC. It's Auburn, Florida, Oklahoma, and Utah. One of those will be national champions. Individually, Suni Lee, who won the gold medal, also won a national championship on the beam last night. A little bit more football here for you as we continue on. Let's talk more SEC. Let's hear from some coaches. This is the Sounds of the Game, brought to you by our friends at Michelson as we look ahead to the upcoming college football season.
Hey, look, if you've been procrastinating, thinking about LASIK surgery, now is the time to pull the trigger and at least make the call to get more information. That's what Michelson Laser Vision will do. They will give you a ton of information on the procedure. First, they'll screen you. It's a hassle-free screening to make sure that you are a candidate for LASIK. When I went in, I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I now, after the procedure, have 20/15 vision better than 20/20. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up. For more information, you can always go online. Go to michelsonlaservision.com.
Oh, but it's a great stat that Paul just sent in on the Braves, by the way, from Steven. the 3 lowest hard hit percentages allowed in baseball and the team's ERA. The Dodgers has the best percentage of the lowest number of hard hit balls against their pitching staff at 30%. Their team ERA is 2.77. The Astros is next with 31% hard hit baseballs. Their ERA is 1.69. The Braves are third at 31.9% hard hit balls. But to show you what it is in the game of baseball, the others are 2 in the ERAs, 1 in the ERA. The Braves, 5.58 ERA. So when they hit them hard, they're not catching them anywhere. That's just that's baseball. It just doesn't make a lot of sense sometimes. All right, to the college football game. Jimbo Fisher, LT's favorite right here as they wrap up spring in College Station. Jimbo Fisher is asked where his confidence level is on his football team this year.
Where's your confidence level now in this team than it was in the beginning of the spring?
Well, I mean, it's very high. I have confidence. I had them at the beginning, and I've got confidence now. But again, as I say, it's how the leadership takes over right now, all the details in which they work, how hungry they are, and what they're willing to do in the offseason to be ready for fall camp to be able to go execute. I mean, we're still definitely a big work in progress. But I mean, I have extreme confidence in them. But again, that's going to matter in what confidence they have in themselves and how hard they're willing to work to get us ready to go in camp.
Have you ever been to a wedding and you see a guy in a suit and tie for the first time ever, and he looks completely out of place and uncomfortable?
Yeah.
That would be Jimbo Fisher in a suit and tie. He looks like that guy, right?
Yeah, he'd still wear boots, though.
When he has a suit and tie on, or just Jimbo Fisher all the time?
No. I'm saying if Jimbo Fisher were in a suit and tie, he would look like that guy. That's my point. Is that you've gone to a wedding before and you see a guy and you're like, that may be the first time he's ever worn a suit and tie, and he looks completely out of place in it.
Well, I mean,
that would be Jimbo.
I've got a little Jimbo Fisher going this week. For some reason, I have not wanted to shave all week long.
Okay.
But if you go back to Jimbo real quick, if you can.
You did your legs.
That was a long time ago, I shaved my legs. But I haven't shaved all week long. But I'm not trying to grow a beard or anything. I just haven't felt like shaving all week long. Jimbo always looks like this. Like he always looks like, man, you know what? I'm not going to shave today, man.
Yeah.
I'm not going to shave next week.
Yeah, but
the way you froze it right there, it's a little like, you know what? I'm going to have a drink tonight.
No, I bet Jimbo is the guy that's got 2 dip cups on the floorboard of his truck.
He does kind of look that way. You're right.
With a little tissue stuffed in it.
This one's for fine dining.
Well, what was the show we were? Oh, it was it McMillions, the guy that had the spit cup right next to his easy chair? There was one of the documentaries you had us watching, and the guy had a spit cup right next to his easy chair.
It could have been McMillions.
I think it was McMillions.
No, I think Tiger King, wasn't it?
No. It was Jordan. It was.
I didn't watch Jordan.
It was the Bulls documentary, the Michael Jordan documentary.
Who had the dip cup though?
Wasn't it Jordan?
He was a cigar man.
No, he's a cigar.
He had tequila the whole time.
Whatever it was, yeah.
It was that high-end
No,
tequila.
I'm just saying.
There was something, Brown. I remember that now.
You're right. Jimbo, though, he's always got that. He's never shaved. He's never shaved, but he never looks like unkempt. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it never gets way out of hand. It's always about the same length.
Yeah.
I love those sunglasses, too.
You like them? The blades? The purple blades?
Dan and Dave.
All right. So
Jeremy Burnett's used to wear those.
The flip side of that is Lane Kiffin now. He's got a totally new roster. I mean, Matt Corral's gone. You got some receivers that are gone. He's having to flip the roster a little bit, right?
He looks spooked all the time, too.
When right turn pulled him up, he looks like,
okay, give us the still shot.
He looks like, hey.
Like he just passed gas.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh no! Oh no!
No, he's he's a small dog at the kennel.
It looks like he just came out of a rave.
You know, the Q monitor may have been a bad idea.
I love it.
It's right when stuff pops up is the first chance we get to see it.
It's Mystery Science Theater.
It really is.
Here's Lane Kiffin. Yeah, but see, the sound bites are never as good as our commentary on what people look like.
Well, but keep doing them, though, because we like this.
Lane Kiffin on growing pains with lots of new players and coaches. Almost like I just read that for the first time.
Well, I think kind of that's
what the crap.
Our number one thing to work on is just portal kids coming in. So if that's 12, whatever, and they're supposed to be significant players, that's a big part of your significant players. And then 5 of 10 new coaches, and strength coach is very important. So, basically a coordinator. So really, in that sense, you lost all 4 coordinators if you look at it that way. So there's a lot of work to do there. And we hired guys that we feel really excited about, some young guys. We didn't hire a lot of guys, just guys we had worked with just because. And so with that, there's always going to be some growing pain. We got new guys that you haven't worked with.
I mean, I can't even listen.
You're really going to be blown
said.
away if somebody pops up under the podium, though?
I got no clue what he said. I couldn't get past all the sounds.
No, here we go. Seriously.
Why is he rattling the podium
Play it
around so
again.
much?
I don't think it was him.
Hey, Lane, do you want us to stop chiseling your statue? Or do you, after the news conference? No. Keep chiseling while I do the news conference.
Well, I think kind of that's our number one thing to work on is just portal kids coming in. So if that's 12, whatever, and
working
they're
his hands here.
significant players, that's a big part of your significant players. And then 5 to 10 new coaches. And
that's awful.
I like the hoodie, though.
The guy that made that podium is the same guy that makes the table I always get at a Mexican restaurant. The one that will not sit level.
Yes.
I freaking hate that. And you got to slide.
Larry David hates it too.
You got to slide the sweet and low packets under one foot just to make it level.
He also looks like he has a visor that has the hairpiece that you just like put on.
Yeah. The fake when you get a Gatlinburg or at the beach.
So that's our sound from the SEC.
What did we learn there, guys?
We learned that you can dip.
I didn't hear a word he
I
said.
didn't either. I couldn't.
He's always so small. He's like, and then there's Bryce Young is always like this. He's really to me.
That is all the sound we have on the show today. Still to come, Rockstar in the Round Table Lounge, and in a segment I like to call the tweener segment, between here and there, we'll figure out what to talk about. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. If you need to get back into the game, LT will tell you how that can happen with the great folks at Precision.
How'd he do there?
It was a little high.
A
touch high.
I did hit the target, though.
Yep.
Pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries started to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field. So make the appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
Bobby wants to know if you wore sweaters around your neck because the Fresh Prince was the hottest show back in the day. At Montevallo, did you ever dress like Michael Jackson?
Until you get to the T-shirt tied in a knot at the bottom, I have worn a denim shirt with a minimum of 2 buttons, a maximum of 2 buttons.
Did you have a glove?
Oh, is that a belt? A T-shirt
I can't really
belt,
tell what that is.
Or is that his T-shirt tied in a knot?
The iconic Michael Jackson look was the red leather,
never did
jacket
that.
and matching
Beaded
pants.
jacket.
Yeah, with zippers on them,
But
like
a sequence
parachute
glove,
pants.
too, right?
I couldn't afford any leather outfits because Eddie Murphy and Raw was big back
You
then,
could have
too.
gone to the merry-go-round at Brookwood Mall and had the pleather.
Could not get any pleather or leather.
Did you wear parachute pants?
Oh, yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
I had parachute pants,
and they're
too.
comfortable. In fact, I've got a pair of almost khaki capris now. They're not really capris, but
What do you want a capri in style?
Oh, I bet when Nadal was wearing the capris when you busted them out.
no, I told Stephanie Walker, meteorologist at NBC 13, and Brooke Smith, we did mornings together then, and I said, oh, that's fantastic. That will be the biggest craze in men's fashion for years.
Swing and a miss.
We are dying for capri pants. You guys always look comfortable in them. I can't wait.
You look so comfortable with your
Nothing
ankles
looks
showing.
less comfortable than a capri to me.
Oh, would love capri
It's not a
pants.
Capris
full
look
pant.
awful.
It's not a full pant,
Why don't
but
you
it's
just
not a
wear
short
them?
either.
Why don't you wear them? Because you know what we'll say to you when you come in here.
Yes.
Yeah.
It
Where did the hair on your legs go?
It never caught on.
If I get Lance and Rockstar to swear they will not make fun of you, would you wear them?
I wear those pants occasionally,
You
and
wear
they,
capris.
and they're stylish. A lot of men in style will tell you that if it doesn't come past your ankle right now, it's okay.
Yeah, I don't like that feel.
You can be tight right around the ankle.
Where do your capris hit you on your legs?
I don't have capris. These are what I think, are the closest I can get to a capri. They're tight around my ankle. Yeah.
Well,
It
that's
looks
more of a
nothing like
jogger.
that. Looks nothing like that.
Are they joggers?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I've got a pair of pants that comes above the ankle, but not like the Rafael Nadal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now, see,
capris.
I like those crop capri jeans right there. I mean, that is
That guy's wearing right
That
there?
is smoke right there, boys.
No, I think you should go with
Smoke.
As in it needs to be burned.
Yeah. If I ever walk through those glass doors wearing those jeans, you've got every opportunity to put a bullet in me.
Oh, okay.
Say it, Jim. Just say it.
I'll do it.
Budweiser.
I'll do it, man.
Dunaway, you've got to get those.
Smoke. Jim said those
We're
are
back in a
smoke.
moment right here on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
part of the show every day is brought to you by LT's Lock at lanceslock.com. He'll send one out a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor, right there on Twitter, and also lanceslock.com. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. And we recently experienced that at my home. We've all experienced it at different times throughout our experience. Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill, the only ones that we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services, they do it right and always at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090.
I really thought we were past this, and I'm not so certain we still shouldn't be, but Paul George has tested positive for COVID-19, so he is out for the play-in game against the Pelicans. Can you believe this? I didn't know we were still putting guys out.
I really didn't know either. And, so Kawhi's been out the entire year. Paul George has been out a good majority of the year, and I'm going to see what this number has done. I really didn't know they were still testing.
So wait, the Clippers, who are hosting the Pelicans tonight.
This is so Clippers, isn't it?
And Paul George, the breaking news, is out of the game.
Yeah, they've gone from a 4-point favorite to a -0.5. So basically a pick. So it's dropped 4 points.
It seems like it'd be more than that, honestly.
This is a Clippers team that was in the Western Conference Finals, lost in 6 games last year to the Suns, and obviously injuries have devastated the Clippers.
Well, if this was the other way around, LT, and it was Paul George who was the star of the Pelicans, you would be like, oh, the NBA wants that LA market. They don't have the Lakers. Let's at least get the Clippers in for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, now you can
But
be
now,
both.
I mean, you're about to send both LA teams into the not to be in the playoffs and try to do the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that is a massive TV market. You already don't have a lot of the New York market. I mean, you got Brooklyn, obviously, but they could be out very quickly. But you are without a lot of the or all of the LA market at that point.
But I forgot what the finals did last year with relatively small markets. I mean, Phoenix isn't a small market. I don't know if it's top 10, close, but Milwaukee and Phoenix last year, what was that? What were those numbers?
I'd have to go look. I don't remember.
Yeah,
It was played at a different time, too, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a little later. Pull up the TV. It actually was pretty good ratings because it was played a little deeper in the summer. Pull up the TV markets. I think Phoenix, I'm going to guess, is 14 in the country, and Milwaukee, I'm going to put at 28. 14 and 28. You want to guess? Just random?
Yeah, I think Phoenix is 11, and I think Milwaukee is 27th.
You're going to give me a
27th, and I said 24. So you went 3 smaller in Milwaukee.
I think
and
Phoenix
3
is bigger
than
Phoenix.
you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then a little smaller on Milwaukee.
Now, see, I agree. I agree with the size of the city, but then with TV markets, you factor in the
Outlying
surrounding
areas.
like Birmingham in the city. We're not even the biggest in the state anymore. Huntsville is, but when TV market, Birmingham is a much bigger TV market because of Vestavia, Hoover, and all that around it.
Phoenix is 11th.
Oh, you nailed that one.
2021. And what am I looking for? Milwaukee?
Yeah.
I don't see it right offhand. Where am I missing? Milwaukee?
It's going to be Milwaukee, Green Bay. No, Milwaukee, something.
I don't see it. I don't know how I don't see it, but I don't see it. I guess it's smaller. Here's the next page. That's why I don't see it. It is 37th.
37th. Wow. Yeah. Milwaukee's way down there.
Yeah. Well, it's smaller than Greenville, Spartanburg, and Asheville. I'm surprised by that.
Well, I mean, you have all those smashed together there. But
you do, but still Milwaukee.
Yeah.
I mean, Birmingham, Anniston, Tuscaloosa is 45th. Milwaukee's 37th. That's not that huge a difference. So that is a small market.
Yeah. You never hear people talk about Milwaukee being a small market team. But
you really don't, but they are. I mean, Oklahoma City is one spot in front of Birmingham, so us and Oklahoma City are about the same size. You always hear them talked about it as a small market team.
6:30 tonight, Hawks and Cavaliers, and then Brown with the breaking news, 9 o'clock, Pelicans and Clippers. No George tonight for the Clippers. Both those games, well, actually wrong. First one's on ESPN. The second game's on TNT.
He's out. I might not watch it.
Yeah, I don't think I will.
There's no point.
But I don't know. I'm with Lance. I don't know what the protocol is right now. I had no idea we were still testing for COVID-19. Perhaps if you're symptomatic, you still have to test for it, and then if you have it, you're out. I don't really know. I don't know what the protocols are, but I did not think we were actively testing anymore in most professional leagues.
It should explain.
This is the first. I mean, I can't remember another player that has been out with COVID-19 recently.
So that's the NBA play-in game tonight. The winners of tonight's games are the 8 seed, and 4 games Saturday, 4 games Sunday. Back to college football. Rockstar's Lounge coming up in the next segment. Connor O'Gara writes this story today at Saturday Down South, and I want you guys just to answer the question that is the headline. Why don't top wide receiving recruits want to play in Mike Leach's air raid system? LT, why do the best receivers in the country not want to play in Mike Leach's air raid system in Starkville, Mississippi?
Maybe because they get labeled as system receivers. When you think about it, the only first-round guy he's ever had, I think, is Crabtree.
There may be another one. I'm trying to think of guys that have played in that system that have gone on even and had good NFL careers. Like maybe the NFL just missed on their draft evaluation.
Wasn't one of the little tiny receivers in New England? Wasn't he a Texas Tech guy?
Amendola?
Wes Welker was.
Wes Welker,
yeah. But I don't think he
Welker.
played for Leach, did
No,
he?
he didn't.
Yeah.
No.
I think he played for Spike Dykes, I think.
Yeah, I think
Really?
that's right.
That far back?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of a guy that that played for him at Washington State. I mean, it's hard to think of any outside of Michael Crabtree.
So
who
you
was
can
just a
have
freak.
you can have system receivers then.
I guess.
Yeah. I think what it could do is really hurt your draft stock. I mean, once you get to the league, I mean, you kind of create your own, success. But I'm just trying to think of other guys that would have been selected in the first round, Mike Leach wide receivers. I know Crabtree was, but outside of that, I cannot think of one.
I mean, it's always hurt quarterbacks in that system. You used to have like the Detmers. They played in that BYU system, and then when some of the BYU guys like Andy Reid got in the league, those guys always had a place on an NFL roster because they knew that system so well. So if you can have a little more of an air raid presence in the NFL, which you don't really, but if you had more of that, those guys would always have a home because they're always great backups because they know the system, right?
Right.
But you just don't get a lot of that in the NFL, so those quarterbacks have never translated well.
Well, and I'll tell you, right now, the two premier programs in college football, Alabama and Ohio State, have had the best receivers. So why would you not, if you're one of these receivers, if you've got an opportunity to go to one of those programs, you're still going to get a ton of grabs. I mean, you look at the premier guys, Olave and Wilson, what they were able to do this year, what Jamison Williams was able to do this year, and Mechie. So you're still going to get big numbers, and you've got an opportunity to win national championships.
Yeah, winning championships matter, and that's part of it.
Yeah.
If he was at a program that was playing for championships and not getting the top receivers, you probably could put a little bit more meat into the fact that it's the system.
But, part of this was his size. This was not the biggest guy in the world. I would, without looking, say the most productive receiver that has ever played for Mike Leach, head coach or coordinator, is Craig East at Kentucky. I don't know. Now, Crabtree's numbers might have been bigger.
But East over the career, maybe.
Did East have an NFL career?
He really didn't. Because
Crabtree did.
But I was going to say part of that was size with East.
Yeah.
I was going to make the point that Craig East was super productive, but he didn't do squat in the NFL. But now I think Craig East, Lance helped me, was like 5'7", 5'8", wasn't he? He was pretty
small.
He was undersized for a receiver in the NFL to have that skill set. Crabtree is a more of an NFL body. But I mean, I'm digging to think of guys that have been
Craig
productive.
East is a head football coach right now?
Craig East is? Where?
Kentucky Wesleyan.
I did not know that.
Yep.
I didn't know
he
that
was a
either.
fourth-round pick by the Bengals, played for the Bengals, the Jets, then went north, played for either one of you guys Tiger Cats fans
I am
or
not.
Rough Riders.
No,
Hamilton Tiger Cats
I'm a
and
Stampeder.
the Saskatchewan Rough Rider.
He is the all-time leader in career receptions in the history of the SEC with 258 catches.
That's why I said he was probably more
when he
productive.
graduated. When he
Yeah.
graduated,
He's probably more productive than Crabtree. I mean, that air raid under Hal Mumme with Mike Leach as the coordinator at Kentucky put up some numbers. It got Tim Couch drafted number 1. Now, he was a complete bust, but it got him drafted number 1.
Well,
that may be the last air raid guy. I'm about to say that and look foolish for saying this, but the last air raid guy to have any sort of high draft pick.
he's on a hot seat, by the way.
Who is?
Craig East?
I mean, I would guess he went 1-10, 1-4, and 3 and 8. He's 5-22.
Well, I
in
don't
3
know
years.
what they expect at Kentucky Wesleyan.
He's lucky to have a job.
Basketball school.
Yeah. We did pick our favorite CFL teams once.
I'm Stampeders, Calgary.
I never
Who
did.
was I? The BC Lions?
I can't remember.
I can't either now.
I'm glad you can't remember your favorite team.
Well, it's a CFL team.
You got gear.
Yeah, but you've got your premier team. You
I'm
remember,
basically
right?
what Calgary Stampeders because I like their logo much in the same way I like SMU's logo. I think it's a really
exactly.
good logo.
I remember that. And
Yeah.
I felt like it was a rival of yours.
No, I can't remember.
I know I don't like Toronto or Montreal.
You don't like the Argonauts or Alouettes? Well, you're running out of teams quickly.
I've always liked Hamilton and the Saskatchewan
Was it
Rough
the Blue
Riders.
Blommers?
It wasn't Winnipeg. I don't like them either.
Well, I mean, You're almost out of teams now.
I remember it was the new team. I took the expansion team.
Which was?
Which was Ottawa. And I think they too are something.
The Red Blacks.
The Red Blacks. That's what
you're a Red Black
I'm the Red
guy.
Black guy. Yeah. Cool. It's been so long.
That's back when we used to have to watch CFL.
What does that logo look like?
The Red Black.
Yeah.
It's an O that's like a saw that.
It's like a gear or a saw or something.
Does wood. What are those things where you float like tree timber down and it goes through these saws?
Yeah.
The Red Blacks.
A circular saw.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Rockstar's got it.
There you see it.
Yeah, I don't think it's great.
No, it's not a great logo.
I mean, of course, I picked it, and I knew you would not think it's great because I picked it. You'd think you'd be nicer to me on a Friday. I mean, I'm the one that shares happy hour with you.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like that. Looks like more like somebody that would own like power tools.
It does. It does.
It doesn't look like a Canadian football logo.
Nope. It's my team, though. It's my quarterback.
That's right.
Just realized that now. It's my team.
Name the coach.
When we come back, Rockstar takes us into the Next Round Lounge. Original or cover? We'll find out next on TNR.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you. We're right here in the Next Round Lounge now. We've changed everything over. We did not get the lava lamps. It just now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's when I found out Publix didn't open at 6:15, 6:30 in the morning.
Not everybody's early risers like you.
Yeah. I swung by there to get that on Thursday. I was going to get the, what is it, Golden Eagle?
Yep.
The Golden Eagle sopping syrup and some biscuits. And Publix was not open, so I did not buy biscuits for anybody. We're in the lounge, though, today. Lava lamps coming soon, throw pillows and all of that. But Rockstar is going to sing us a song in a second. It is brought to you today by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. They'll take us into the lounge.
Is he going to do cold as ice?
LT is cold in the studio
You'll
today.
get it in a minute, Rocky.
I'm feeling good right now.
Hey, the weekend is here. You need to pick up a bottle of Redmont vodka. Remember, it's locally owned and operated, which is great. That's the plus. But also, their aim is clarity in taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including the Beverage Place and Pink Package and ABC stores. Get the weekend going the right way with a bottle of Redmont vodka.
Who's complaining about their body temperature more right now, LT or Paul George?
Hey, so it was.
Paul's got a bigger paycheck.
Yeah.
So that's what happened was he was feeling under the weather, and so he got checked. So I think that's what it is, if you've got any signs.
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, if I'm Paul George, I'm telling them the one thing you can't check me for is COVID.
Yeah, I would have been like, I'm not feeling great, but I think I may have had too much tequila tonight. I'm going to suck it up and see what we can do at tip-off tonight.
I'm going to play one game, and then we'll see what happens.
I don't know about you guys. When at 12:43 in the afternoon, if I'm doing something at 8 o'clock tonight, I may feel like crap at 12:43, but at 6 o'clock, all of a sudden, I may be feeling good. I don't want to pull the plug on something at 8 o'clock at 12:43 in the afternoon. I want to wait till the last second.
I really can't believe with a game this big, he even went and got tested.
Yeah, I guess
you fall through.
I guess the thought process is even whoever wins this game, this 8 seed is not beating the Suns.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still to say I'm a playoff team or not a playoff team, I'd like to say I'm a playoff team.
Maybe he's got a big trip coming up.
That's right. I've already booked 30A.
Now we can't fly for 2 weeks.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Rockstar's in the lounge over here. Rockstar, original or cover? What do we got today, man?
We're going to do a cover today. It's a song. I heard this version. This band did an unplugged version of this song where they what we call slowed it down and amped it up.
Right.
And it is I think I've asked this question before. What song to you defines the 80s? The early 80s for me is defined by this song, especially because the music video was such an amazing thing. Take On Me, Aha.
Oh, I like this.
Now they're still together, and the guy's in his 60s now, I believe, but he still can sing it, and they slowed it down and amped it up. So this is my version of that, and I prefer this version than the real version. So not my version.
Yeah,
you prefer their version of this song,
the slower down version, because it's just such a pretty song. So the way they do it, so
the slowed down, amped up version better than the original paced version.
The other one's just so fast, and when you listen to them together, like man, that's the original version is so fast, and so this is "Take On Me" by Aha.
Aha.
Well, I don't know what to say, I'll say it anyway. Today's another day, find you shying away. I'll be coming for your love, okay? Take on me. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two. So needless to say, I'm odds and ends, but I'll be stumbling away, slowly learning life's okay, they say after me. It's better be safe than sorry. Take on me. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two. Talking away. Well, I don't know what to say, I'll say it anyway. Today's another day, find you starting away. I'll be coming for your love, okay? Take on me. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two. Take on me. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two.
All right.
It's a sad song when you play it slow.
It's a big falsetto. So
Yeah, I noticed that part too. I noticed that.
Tough.
Yep.
Well,
But he can still do it at 60. It's incredible. He can still sing that.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, you climbed the ladder there, man.
Yeah,
When you start off that and you get all the way to the top
Yeah,
there,
it
it's
hurts
crazy.
sometimes, but
Yep.
yeah.
As they're saying, Matt says, I got the lights turned out and got my flashlight on. Meanwhile, Jay Price says, get them lighters up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that in their head said, take on me?
Yeah. Landmine
I was
believer.
waiting for you guys to join.
No, I couldn't do that.
I was waiting for you to do one of your funny moments, and then all of a sudden you hit the fast part in the middle.
But have they ever done anything outside of that?
No, I saw they have a documentary out, so they must be, I'm guessing they're British.
Yeah,
I really don't know.
I mean, they have a documentary coming out, like, I think it's called Aha, Take On Me, but it just came out, like, to have enough material to fill a documentary, so we'll see. I mean, that's the only one I know by them, but that
Aha,
music video
the joke's on you.
You just went Vern Lundquist on
Oh. All right, that's Rockstar this week in the Next Round Lounge. He'll be back with us next Friday for another installment of the Lounge, maybe with a sponsor by then. When we come back, though, our final thoughts today right here on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from the next round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Back with you on the next round, and don't forget the final thought today is being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. If you need a mortgage anywhere in the U.S., you can do that with our friends at Mortgage Right. We tell you about them on our show all the time.
Great folks right there, and they're proud to be with us since day one. We're proud to have them along.
Hey, can I say this about Mortgage Right? I just came across this story, and this kind of fits. There's an abandoned Rockstar. You'll get a kick out of this. 11-bedroom villa in New York. It's on the market for $495,000.
Wow,
that sounds like a bargain, right?
Yeah, it does.
Here's the backstory, though. I'll show you pictures. The house was built in 1895 and abandoned in 1927. It sits on 7 acres and has been listed since 2012. Original owner of the property died from a heart attack his first night in the house, and nobody's touched it since. And if you saw this, it looks like a haunted house. Let me show you. Go back. Here it is, Dunaway. But check this property out. If I can get it back. There it is.
It's a great ab workout, by the way.
So you see that?
Yeah, I do. It does look like the outside of the Monsters.
But how about it's been abandoned for almost 100 years now?
I don't think I'd want to live there.
Mortgage Right can hook you up with a mortgage anywhere in the U.S., wherever you're watching or listening to us. Just great folks there. You see their logo behind us, the great folks at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, take advantage of a home buying benefit by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, our final thought today, Tom Brady making a joke on Twitter, but I don't think he's totally joking. Elon Musk is putting together a multi-million-dollar deal to try to buy Twitter. Billion, by the way. I said million. $41 billion bid. Billion to buy Twitter, Elon Musk. Tom Brady tweets at Elon Musk, if you buy Twitter, can you delete the combine photo? We all remember this photo right here of Tom Brady. He, at age, 44 now?
Yep.
Is ready for that 21-year-old Tom Brady to go away.
That picture has always looked like Tom Brady jokingly trying to look as
pedestrian as
possible. Like, I'm going to slump my shoulders. I'm going to stand goofy.
Yeah, almost like I don't want to be drafted in the first 5 rounds.
Right.
I want to go to the Patriots in the 6th round.
Yeah, no, I'm prepared to sell insurance.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm going to do with the rest of my life.
You know, if I'm Tom Brady, I embrace that picture. I know he's jokingly saying that to Elon Musk.
I think he's outlived that photo.
Yeah, but I just think it's a reminder of, great things can be accomplished.
I mean, it would be a fantastic skit if who is the guy that lived down by the river? Chris Farley.
Matt Foley.
If Chris Farley was still alive, to have the combine, have a muscular guy walk in the picture, then Tom Brady walk in, and Tom Brady trying to look like that Tom Brady with his underwear pulled way up.
Here you go with your hypothetical.
Here comes Farley again. Farley comes walking in.
Only if Farley was still alive.
That would be a really good Saturday Night Live skit. All right, that's our show today. Basketball this weekend, baseball still going on, NASCAR racing on the dirt at Bristol, and of course, the USFL. I'm excited about the United States Football League kicking off the Generals and Legion tomorrow night. I'm still trying to get to the game, hoping to be there tomorrow night. If not, games on Sunday, and then we'll crank it up and start doing it the next week. But your takeaway from the interview earlier, they're going to do what you said. I hope they play some Friday night games, you said.
I did.
And they're going to be Friday night games the rest of the way.
And he said Saturday's going to be the money day, but Friday night games and fewer games at Legion Field than I had imagined.
Yep.
Including Easter, which is, I thought Easter they would play one at Legion Field for time purposes. They're just going to play the vast majority at Protective.
Yep.
Very few games at Legion Field, which I'm encouraged by.
And you can see that on the broadcast. This game still has a quarter to go, but you can see the Maulers over there in the tunnel starting to stretch things out. Yeah, there's the Bandits making their way off the bus. A lot of excitement. Welcome. If you're parents, welcome to Birmingham. Glad to have you this summer for the USFL. We'll see you Monday at 9 a.m. Central. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.